Um, okay. I think my poor activities. You know, I bought knuckles yesterday, then they sent me chops instead, but I'm gonna cut.
Your mics, members, your mics, Kashifa.
Tasneem, where's the pictures for the wedding? We haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen him yet either. When I get him, then I'll start sharing.
Bring those photos. Post them in our group.
Yoshi, when I get them, then I'm going to share.
Yeah?
I don't have nice ones yet, Chi. I must still get it from the photographer.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll see when I get nice ones, and I'm going to share it in the chat.
Even if they are ugly.
Even if they are. Okay. I'll look for not so ugly ones when I'm going to share.
I want to see you when you're crying.
Wait, no, I didn't cry, Chi.
The way you were so happy.
Oh, I didn't cry at all.
You didn't cry.
The way you were so happy. You were worried that this man must not leave you.
Yeah, no.
Yeah?
But how was it? How was it?
It was lovely. Sure.
Did you love it?
So early days, early.
And the honeymoon vibes?
We still on the honeymoon vibes. I'm still on the honeymoon vibes, doing annual reports.
Oh, yeah, say we couldn't. Huh?
But just after beard,
don't worry, you'll go December.
Yeah, December, no one's going to see me.
Even if I call you, you must say, I'm on honeymoon.
Yeah, honeymoon.
Hey,
honeymoon.
why, yeah. Naz, you are in Cape Town already?
Yes,
I am not. I am flying tomorrow evening.
Oh.
And you, Chair?
I'll be flying today evening.
You must travel safe, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
I flew in yesterday.
Oh, you are there already?
Yes, I'm in Cape Town, Chair.
How's the weather?
Man, the sun wants to come out. It goes back. It comes, Cape Town weather, you can't just determine. But it gives it's not.
I hate it.
It's a moody weather. It's a moody weather. Changes.
So I can wear my tracksuit. So I can wear my tracksuit, Masiko.
Yes, Chair, you can wear your tracksuit.
Yeah. At least we are done with these annual reports, né? Hey guys, now it's December. This year, this year was fast, as if yesterday it was not December.
Very fast, Chair.
Very fast, man. How I wish we could go back to Germany.
I miss it, Chair.
If only, Chair. If only. I might not come home. I might just stay there and become an illegal migrant.
Hey, it's nice, man. You can walk at night.
You feel safe.
Feel safe.
Take public transport anywhere you want to go.
You're not worried about somebody who's gonna grab your bag and run away. things that
So
were
Nestle,
subjected
if
to.
you become an illegal resident there, what are you going to do?
She will find a job.
I haven't thought that far, but I'm thinking marrying a rich man sounds like the best way forward.
Yeah, what?
To marry a rich man, chairperson, and just be a housewife.
Home executive.
Good morning, honorable members.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning. I
Morning,
see
Chair.
on the platform we have the DM.
Morning, Chair.
The DM is here. I see the chair of the NYDA. Morning, Chairperson.
Morning,
Oh.
Chair. And good morning to
Cishe
the
ngathi-
honourable
cishe ngathi umane waloga in wasesowenza something else.
No, Chair, I was just struggling with the unmute button. Apologies for the delay, Chair.
No problem. Dr. Penis, how are you?
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm fine. How are you? Good morning, members.
Long time. I didn't see you last week.
I was available, Chairperson, in the department.
Oh, okay.
And I was available.
Okay. Yeah. CEO, good morning.
Morning, Chairperson. How are you?
How are you?
Very well, thank you. And you?
I am good. Good morning to all our staff members. Let me declare this meeting officially open and welcome you all in the name of Jesus. I welcome you all
Recording
this
in
morning,
progress.
honorable members. I think DM, we are happy that the NYDA has performed very good so far. They have improved. Looking at the beginning of this term, in terms of how they wrote their reports, at first they were thinking that they are an entity in private sector. And as the portfolio committee, we corrected them that they are national treasury guidelines that all departments and government and public entities must follow in terms of reporting on their activities in the department. And we commend you very well, CEO, because we know where we are coming from with yourselves and with the new board. Thank you very much, because you didn't lower the bar, but you raised the bar. You didn't lower the standards. The standards are still intact, and the institution is stable. We are happy that you don't see on the media things that are negative about NYDA. When you started, there were many challenges, but I think as young people, you find each other. You are having a good working relationship. So, because we monitor you, everything that you are doing, we are monitoring you. Even when we are not in Parliament, accounting to the portfolio committee, we monitor every activity. Even when you are overseas, Deputy Chair is here. We follow all the things that you are doing. And so far, we haven't received negative reports or everywhere where you have traveled. We are very proud of you. So keep up that standard and that professionalism. I think you'll get far. Thank you, Dr. Penis, also for being there for NYDA most of the time, because you always come. When NYDA is called to Parliament, we are always there. Sometimes we'll ask you uncomfortable questions and you'll feel that you are being attacked, but you are not being attacked. It's just that we do oversight and sometimes we are rough. We understand, but thank you very much. The support and your working relationship with them is intact. So we haven't received any complaint from NYDA. we are happy with regards to the outcome of the AG's report, that you have received an unqualified report. We have never disappointed us. Thank you very much. But I think, CEO, I have seen that you have tried your level best in ensuring that you are assisting government for addressing the high rate of youth unemployment in your institution. But I think we need to do more. Please, you need to come up with another program, Chairperson, that will make young people to be at work, there was that program of teacher assistants, which at least most of young people were enrolled in it. But I think, I'm not sure whether it's still continuing or what, but I think you need to come up with something. You can see young people are graduating every year, every 6 months in higher learning institutions. You must also look for opportunities. When you travel, look for opportunities where young people can benefit and gain other skills. When you do your training, skills development and training, also look for opportunities outside South Africa, so that at least we can have our young people being placed in other countries for skills development and training. And when they come back to the country, and if there are opportunities for them to get work there, please do it. There's nothing stopping you than being, stereotyped and looking at South Africa only. Look outside the country, out of South Africa. If there are opportunities, do it. I think last month I attended a NILD conference. When I was there, DM, people who stood up, who were introducing themselves, were saying, "I'm Dr. So-and-so, I'm Professor so-and-so." You just see a lousy person and you'll undermine that person and think maybe he's one of the guys or whatsoever. But let me tell you, people out there, Nigerians, Kenyan people, those people are very educated. And, I was with Commissioner Mokhale, the chairperson of CGE. I ended up asking them, guys, are you going somewhere and dish these degrees, or you are studying? And they were laughing at me and saying, "No, Chair, we are studying very hard here. As young people, our interest, our priority is education." So I think this thing of the NFSAS, sometimes young people are experiencing a lot of challenges. I think you need to find a way on how then, as NYDA, working with the Department of Higher Education, find a better way or mechanism in helping young people not to be frustrated by late payments or decline of their applications. It's not a nice thing. Sometimes when even they call the chair or any of our members, young people complaining that NFSAS is not paying them, is not what, they are not getting joy. I call the CEO to assist those young people. Most of those young people who call the chair, I don't even know them. But I'm grateful that they do get assistance from NYDA, and some of them, they've graduated, and thank you very much for all the things that we are doing. From where we started with you, we've seen improvement so far. But thank you very much. With those remarks, I declare this meeting officially open, and we're looking forward. By next week, we'll be having you. We are starting with your bill, your NYDA bill. we were expecting that maybe you are going to make a submission also as NYDA. I'm not sure if Kashifa, they did make a submission, the NYDA, so that we understand what is your view in terms of this bill, so that we push it. But you know, the perception that other people, they think NYDA must be represented according to provinces. For me, that thing is here nor there, because when you appoint a board is a board. Obviously, there's no way that you'll have to recommend people who are coming in one province. You'll need to consider other provinces. But once we say each and every province must be represented, then you are not going to get the best of the best. Other people, other skills from other people, you are not going to get them. But it's important that geographical spread must be considered. Yeah, thank you very much, honorable members. Let me allow Nelly to give us the apologies. Nelly, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Minister, delegation from the NYDA and my colleagues. Chairperson, I've only received one apology, which is from Ms. Mulaisi. She's requesting that she be released at 12 because she's got other meeting. Chair. And then
that apology is declined. Lebu, that apology is declined. You'll sit in this meeting until we finish. It's only once that you are called in Parliament to come and attend a meeting so that you account. This thing of people coming to Parliament and thinking that they will ask for apologies when this meeting has been planned long time ago, that apology is declined. The next apology, Nelly.
That's the only apology, Chair. I'm just been informed that the new chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, Mr. Musiswa Ngcobo, will be in the meeting together with the interim chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
It's fine. Thank you very much, Nelly. What is the first item? DM, you're welcome. I have welcomed you. I don't know whether the minister is present in the meeting. Silence means consent. That means the minister is not in our meeting. Okay, let's continue.
And we miss her, Chair.
Okay, Mam Sonti.
It will be the presentation by the Audit and Risk Committee on annual report, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Over to you, interim chairperson. Hawu, wasukela nje wafaka i-document yakho singakubonanga ebusweni.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. I'm not certain if I'm audible or if you have a visual on your side.
I can see you. Thank you very much. Yeah, we want to see even the new chairperson. You are the acting one. Are you the acting interim chair or you are the new chairperson?
No, Chair, I am the previous interim chairperson.
Oh, okay. Where's the new chairperson?
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. Good morning, DM. Good morning, NYDA staff members present and all other stakeholders. Chair, I'm the new chairperson. Thank you for allowing me to greet the members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are welcome. Over to you, Interim Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning.
You can close your video, it's okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, as well as the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. My sincerest greetings as well are extended to the Honorable Deputy Minister, the representatives from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability as the shareholder of the NYDA, my colleagues in the NYDA, including noteworthy chair, the chairperson of the board, as well as the members of the board at large, together with the management. Honorable Chairperson, as indicated, I am the interim chairperson for the period December 2022 to July 2023, and I'm Advocate Mary Rosie. As indicated again, Chair, present in this meeting is Mr. Noble, who is the new chairperson and as having introduced himself already. I'm not certain if Mr. Ndlela has joined us in the meeting as well, but he is a board member as well as a member of the Audit and Risk Committee, Chair. Chair, with your indulgence, we thought it fitting, Chair, that I make representations on matters that I would have presided on during my period of service as the interim chairperson, and that the new chairperson, that would be slides 1 to slide 7, and that the new chairperson, Mr. Ngobo, would then take us through issues of the triple BEE and the overall comments on the annual report. Those will be slides 8 to 9. With your indulgence, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in the report that we'll be presenting, we're going to be making oral submissions about the background of the Audit and Risk Committee. We'll also be looking into the oversight responsibilities undertaken by the Audit and Risk Committee during the period under review and the Audit and Risk Committee meeting. Chair, I'll also be making oral submissions on the effectiveness of internal control environments for the period under review. These will be the internal control environment measures, which are financial management, performance management, as well as compliance, Chair. And lastly, I will then be looking at the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Mr. Ngobo will then take over on the triple BEE submissions, as well as the overall conclusion of the annual report. Next slide. On the background, Chair, just to confirm insofar as the compliance of our appointment, the Audit and Risk Committee has been appointed in terms of sections 38, 51, 76, and 77 of the Public Finance Management Act, also in conjunction with the Treasury Regulations King 4, as well as the guidelines, Chair. Currently, and as prescribed, Chair, by our Audit Committee Charter, there are 3 Audit Committee members. 2 are independent committee members, which are myself and Mr. Ngobo. And we do have an independent Audit Committee chairperson. As indicated, Chair, the committee comprises of Mr. Tulisa Ndlela, who is a member and also serves as a board member, myself as an independent member, and Mr. Ngobo, who's the independent chairperson as appointed from the 7th of July, 2023.
Hope Mr. Ndlela is not bulldozing you.
No, Chair, all is well. Chair, in our Audit and Risk Committee as well, Chair, we have members who have these are standing invitees, not necessarily members, but they have a standing invitation. And those would comprise of the internal audit, the risk manager, CEO and CFO, as well as the personnel from the monitoring and evaluation. So, yes, next slide, thank you. So, Chair, in terms of the key oversight responsibilities that we conduct as the Audit and Risk Committee, they are twofold, Chair. There's the oversight that we have to undertake as per the PFMA and King 4. We are also, Chair, governed by the prescripts of our Audit Committee Charter. So in terms of the oversight, we play oversight on the internal control environment and safeguard of assets. We also supervise the internal audit process. We also have engagements with external auditors and or liaisons. This would be as and when required, Chair. We play oversight over the risk management framework within the organization. And also, Chair, our oversight is on the financial reporting framework. And lastly, Chair, we conduct the monitoring and tracking of management action plans through the internal audits. And for the financial year 2022-23, Chair, I can confirm that while I was presiding, that we have fulfilled our responsibilities as per the Audit and Risk Committee Charter by meeting at least 4 times a year as per the planned activities, Chair. We've also had interactive meetings, Chair, between the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, together with the committee at large, and as and when the need arose as well, Chair. Next slide. Chair, insofar as our meeting activities, we have undertaken 4 meetings for 2022-2023, Chair. The first of which was on the 23rd of May, wherein it was an ordinary meeting, wherein we were to make recommendations to the board for external audit, as well as consideration of the draft annual financial statements, Chair. On the 31st of July, we had a special meeting wherein we considered the audit opinion, the findings and management report, and the performance information. On the 15th of September, Chair, we had a special meeting to review the draft annual report with the management report and audit log issues that were considered. And our most recent meeting, Chair, was on the 19th of September 2023. And this is a meeting, Chair, that I would just like to zoom in because it's a special meeting that was occasioned by the directives that were received from Treasury on the 31st of August 2023, insofar as cost containment measures are concerned. Now, in that meeting, Chair, the management presented a cost containment adjustment report as of September 2023, Chair. And the major considerations, Chair, as per the directives by Treasury, was reducing the travel to essential travel for the next 6 months, the freezing of planned workshops, freezing the appointments of new employees. I'm not certain, Chair, if management will be delving deep into the issues of cost containment, but for the purposes of the risk that we would have picked up during that particular meeting, insofar as not continuing with workshops, because that is then the core business of the organization, and we thought management might want to then get an exemption on that part. And also on the issue of freezing of appointments of new employees. Now, as the portfolio committee will be well aware, there are some gaps that we're having insofar as the human capital. And so there are some major positions, Chair. The post of Executive Director Operations, District Coordinator Ekurhuleni, District Coordinator Mpangeni, and the Specialist NYS Outreach Specialist, Chair. So those are some of the appointments that we thought exemption might be requested on the part of management. And we thought it an important submission for us to make the portfolio committee aware of. Next slide. On the next slide, Chair, these are with regards to the findings by the Auditor General, wherein there was an assessment of the effectiveness of the internal control environment. So these relate to the financial management, the performance management, as well as compliance or governance, Chair. And if the chairperson would have noted from the management report by the AG, which is Annex C, being the assessment of internal control from pages 23 to 24, Chair. You would have noted that the organization has achieved 71% insofar as financial management is concerned. And our comments on this one, Chair, is that we've noted that it's constant from the previous year, albeit the findings were found in different areas from the previous year, but it has remained constant on 71%, Chair. And we were slightly concerned on that one. And as a result, Chair, the management has developed an action plan on how to address the findings. And they were presented during our last July meeting, Chair. And what we're comfortable to give assurance on, Chair, is that the internal auditors perform a monthly assessment, right? And so in their monthly assessment, they are then able to report to us as to how far they are with resolving those findings before they can find expression in the next coming audit. So we are continuing to monitor the progress in addressing the findings. And so far, there are no difficulties, Chair, that have been addressed by management wherein they would also require our intervention. And so we continue to play oversight and monitor that progress. On the performance management, Chair, we have noted that there is a regression in performance information reporting from the previous year, wherein it was 100% to 93%. So, Chair, in the reporting from the management, it was actually found that it was more of an issue of oversight. Now, this finds expression on page 27, Chair, of the AG's management report under predetermined objectives. So what the report we received, Chair, was that there's a form, there's a M0024 form. And basically what that form is, it's a record for officials wherein they report their undertakings. So it was, for example, if they say they've conducted training for 15 young people, and then there was an inconsistency in the final performance information report. So there was an oversight with one result. And so that is the oversight that led to that regression. And so it's not necessarily a material issue of concern, only that there needs to be a better reviewing of the documents of the performance information before it finds expression in the final information report. So, Chair, in terms of the compliance, the organization has achieved 100%. And that is to say there's no transgression of any legislation within the organization, and we are quite happy with that result, Chair. Next slide. Chair, on the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, Chair, there was one incident wherein the agency identified a fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 93,000. So what happened here, Chair, is that a supplier failed to deliver goods that were paid for by the agency on behalf of 2 grant beneficiaries. And in the latter regard, Chair, we can confirm that legal proceedings have been instituted to recover the funds from the supplier. So we continue to monitor the legal process and see indeed if the agency will be successful in recovering the funds. And so we are monitoring and paying oversight over that, Chair. Chair, just to note, and as indicated by the Honourable Chair with the congratulatory comments that were made by the Chair with the clean or unqualified audit that was achieved by the department, we were quite happy with those findings, Chair. And we can again confirm that there were no issues that were unresolved as at the conclusion of the AG's report, save for one investigation that is outstanding. However, Chair, we can confirm that that investigation will be concluded in financial year 2023 and 2024. With your permission, Chair, we'll then be moving to slide 8, where Mr. Ndlovu will be taking over.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and once again, greetings, Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister, board members of the NYDA, and my colleagues, the committee members, as well as the NYDA staff and the shareholder representative part of this meeting. Chair, in line with the comment on the improved compliance, I think the first comment here is that the entity is complying in terms of undertaking a BBBE audit. The internal comments and also in review of some of your comments that you would have made, I think around the 3rd of May, around certain aspects related to compliance in terms of Black economic empowerment. There is a strong will to improve the level 7 finding to an improved level of around about level 4 or 5, in line with the mandate of the entity, and the reason being is that given the mandate of the entity, it's also important that it also demonstrates that type of conduct in terms of compliance with the BBBE Act. And some of the management comments in relation to this, Chair, are not necessarily that the entity isn't advancing the Black Economic Empowerment Act, but more around record keeping. So if you look at the skills development points there, it may be that within the entity itself, there has been some constraint in terms of accessing budget to do internal skills development within the entity itself, but the role and the function that it does in partnership with a number of entities, including CETAs, has a far wider reaching impact in terms of skills development, as well as the enterprise and supplier development, which is, it's got some significant points, but a lot more is now being done in terms of making sure that the procurement process within the NYDA also is improved to make sure that there's maximum points that are obtained there. The other observation is on social economic development. Again, if you look at the activities that are being reported, some of the shortcomings have been around just record requests where there's a community outreach program just to get letters of support or letters of thanks, where the entity would have engaged itself with community upliftment programs, skills development, or career awareness programs, and many others. So again, here, the law is quite strict in terms of what can then be used or recognized as credible evidence. And the internal management commitment here that we've observed as the Audit and Risk Committee is that there will be a lot more focus on making sure that the information is collected as and when the programs are ran, to really improve the outcomes of this score. But if you look at the entity's performance information, you can see that this is happening, but the rules are quite strict in terms of what is recognized. So there is the internal commitment to then improve on this. And I'm aware that the next ARC meeting is going to be looking at the improvement plan, which will then be talking to these overall scores. So there is that internal commitment, Chair. Next slide. Chair, the overall conclusion, as my colleague Advocate Rosie has indicated, including your overall comments, that the entity is still very much healthy in terms of the audit outcomes. I'm getting feedback. Yes, I'm getting some feedback. Oh, okay.
The chair's mic is on, it appears.
Okay, I think that's a bit clearer. So in line with the chair's comments, the entity's clean audit outcome is welcomed by the Audit and Risk Committee. And again, this is also a function of good communication and good interactions with the external auditors in making sure that where clarity is sought, it's obtained in time through management, and making sure that the control environment is monitored accordingly to make sure that all the risk items or the clarification items, whether technical or procedural, are addressed upfront. So again, in line with the chair's comments, I think it's a good reflection of the entity's ability to address all the issues that are normally flagged by external audits, as well as the internal audit environment. Chairing the second point there, again, maybe the important thing to highlight here, as covered by Advocate Rosie, just on the internal control environment, the entity, is looking at addressing all the management report issues that would have been flagged by the Auditor General. This includes just following up on the management audit action plans, and making sure that the entity is able to sustain clean audit outcomes. Chair, just in terms of comment on the review of the annual report, as it would have been part of activities that I would have gotten involved in. This includes the performance information, financial statements, and the Audit and Risk Committee. This is on the review of the report itself, not the actual audit. The committee is satisfied with the contents and the quality of the report, and again noting the improvement in the compilation of the report, which my colleagues would have reflected on. I think I've touched on the BBBE plan that the management is going to be tabling to the RC, just in terms of strengthening the controls around information collection, which is then going to be recommended to board so that it assists the entity to reflect the true contribution in terms of Black economic empowerment. I think apart from that, really the entity is healthy from a reporting point of view. There aren't any significant deficiencies that have been indicated. In fact, good outcomes. And the ARC continues to exercise its oversight responsibilities as prescribed by the Audit Committee Charter and the PFMA and any other guidelines like the King Code. Chair, the important thing here that I also want to highlight, and again, it may talk to the fourth bullet point around Black economic empowerment, is the impact of the budget cuts insofar as they affect the NYDA in its ability to drive its mandate against the prevailing conditions that are visible, within society. And this has an impact. The budget cuts that would have been put through the entity has a significant impact in terms of sustaining the improvement on being able to reach as many young people as possible, whether it's information dissemination, whether it's program design, whether it's facilitating or doing hand-holding exercises for young people in terms of market access opportunities. So this is quite a concern from the Audit and Risk Committee. It's still subject to discussion as to what's the appropriate way of handling it, whether the entity then goes and seeks exemption, as Advocate Rosie has indicated, so that there isn't the impact felt around this. And again, this would be an exercise, done in conjunction with through the board with the entity shareholder being the department. So that's an observation within the Audit and Risk Committee, as indicated with the meeting that would have set in September, just to look at the impact of this and what it means to the mandate of the NYDA. And maybe honorable members can provide some sort of input on this in terms of their reflections on this concern. But for us, as Audit and Risk, is to flag it to the board. And having done so, it's a concern that we want to highlight, with the good performance information being reported. Again, we want to see that sustained improvement or increase in performance outcomes, so as to address the prevailing conditions in society. With that, Chair, I'm not sure whether my colleagues want to add any additional observations insofar as the slides that I've covered, or any other slides that Advocate Rosie would have covered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Your colleagues can tell us if there are any additions. Ms. Tendlela.
Good morning, Chair. I don't think there is any matter that has been left by my two colleagues. I think they've covered it sufficiently. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, let's get tense, honorable members. Here's the report that has been presented by ARC. Honorable Oberman, Honorable Carroll. Oberman, was your hand up?
That was a mistake, Chair, sorry.
Oh, okay. Honorable Carroll.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to your good self. Good morning to
Morning,
the
Carol.
And the entire team in the platform, Chair. Is just one that I think it's a clarity seeking question on under the slate, if they could bring it back, but it's fine, I can still talk to it without bringing it back. The fruitless expenditure, where they're saying a service provider have been paid and did not deliver. They went further to say they are monitoring as the risk audit. But I wanted to check, while you are saying you are monitoring, what measures have been put in place? What is it? You wrote a letter to the supplier to say within such a time you must have paid the money back, or you given that supplier or a person to say, can you still further provide your services within such a particular time? Because I think just to say with their monitoring, it's a broad word that does not give us any hope. The person might be monitored for the next 5 years. But I also get a bit worried that is it a human error in the organization or an entity to pay a person before the person gives us what we have requested for? Or on that situation, it requires a supplier to be paid before. So on that basis, I just wanted to check, maybe they must assist us in terms of the law, how does it work, Chair. But all in all, I want to welcome the presentation and also appreciate the good work that they're doing. And while we've been waiting for the incumbent that is accompanying the acting chair today, we are saying welcome, and we're also saying thank you to those who are doing a good work in the absence of the incumbent. But Chair, all in all, I want to appreciate the report and welcome it and say really there's a lot of improvement. The entity is doing well in terms of their audit. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Piri. Over to you, Interim Chair. And the new chairperson. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Chair, just to answer that one, at our last reporting, Chair, if I recall, the legal process was commenced, which started with a letter of demand. And if I also recall well, Chairperson, the report from management was that there seemed not to have been a positive feedback from the supplier, and so they were taking on further action by way of issuing of summons, etc., and following the due legal process. Perhaps management might want to chip in on that as well. But insofar as the legal process, I do recall that the letter of demand had been issued in the absence of a positive response. The funds recovery process, insofar as issuing of summons and that proceeding process was undertaken, Chair. Perhaps management might want to add if there's anything we would have left out.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you. What we also do is when we have an instance like this, we immediately blacklist the supplier from doing business with the NYDA, but we also further write to National Treasury informing them of what has transpired, and we request National Treasury to also further blacklist the supplier on the central supplier database so that this person is prevented from doing any business with government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Okay, that is the end of this report. Let's get the next report.
Chair.
Okay, Honorable Piri.
I went further to check what does the law say. How did they pay the person upfront? Was it part of the legislations that allowed them to do so, or otherwise? Is it a human error or something else? Because we need to find out the root, Chair. And they must be in a position to tell us exactly what transpired, why they paid the supplier before the supplier can bring whatever that they've required. My little knowledge tells me, as an end user, when I'm supplied, I'm the one who says, I'm satisfied, take it back to finance so that they can pay. But in this instant, I want to understand, because if even ourselves, we have a duty, Chair, as legislators, to also protect our people and protect, in particular, the BEEs, black business people, so that you need not to trap them and put them in a hole that will end up as they responded to blacklist a person while you played a particular part. But I don't want to accuse someone, but that's why I'm saying, can they give us an information or just furnish us to understand what transpired? Was it part of the agreement? Is it treasury regulation that allows you to pay before a person can provide? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I imagine that would be appropriate for management.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So through you, Chair, this is not a normal service provider transaction. All service provider transactions, the Honorable Piri is correct in saying you first await delivery before you will effect payment to a supplier. This relates to the grant program of the NYDA, where we assist young people in obtaining goods and services for their businesses. Yeah. So just to explain how the transaction would unfold, is that as a young person, you will come into the NYDA or you'll apply online and you'll say, I have an idea. I want to establish my business in this regard. This is my idea. We will put you through the training program. You will have an opportunity to pitch your idea. You'll put your business plan together. And then we have avoided paying funds directly to young people themselves. We purchase goods and services on behalf of young people in order for them to be able to reduce the risk associated with these transactions. So the request is that a young person must go out and obtain quotations for what they would like to purchase. They then bring that back to the NYDA. We, through our business development officers and our district coordinators, we do due diligence. We check for fair pricing. We check that the supplier is compliant, and then only, because these suppliers are not willing to give credit to these young people, we facilitate the payment on their behalf, and then the goods or services are delivered to the young people. And following on from that, we do a follow-up to make sure that all of the goods or services that were committed were delivered in good order and good condition. When we established the grant program, because it was innovation back in 2014, we obtained the approval of National Treasury to facilitate the transactions in this fashion. Yeah. Of course, we have noted that the risk does present itself that somebody is paid and they do not deliver. And of course, we have then explained the legal and the legal process, as well as the blacklisting process that goes about from there. But the challenge we seem to find is that there are very few suppliers who are willing to deliver to young people without them being at least paid upfront for these goods or services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Honorable Piri.
Thanks, Chair. It's good because you just have your own assumption, not understanding the process. But now, because they've explained, it's better, even though it opens a lot of questions. But let me just stop here, Chair, for the sake of progress. But it has a lot of questions if it's done in that way, and with the fact that they've been granted by Treasury, but it's fine. The reason why sometimes when you presenters present, Chair, has a lot of question unnecessarily, it's because they just touch on the top part and not explaining what is happening, and you expect us to ask questions like they're not proper questions. But I think next time you need to have a detailed and a thorough explanation. But on that one, Chair, let me hold myself, because it's not only the issue of this presentation alone, but it can also go back and divert to the APP of NYDA. I think I'm going to get it there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Piri. Let's get to the next presentation.
And it's up, Chair.
Bonnie. Honorable Bonnie.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, and good morning to yourself, members on the platform, and team from NYDA. Chair, mine is not a question, but just a short comment that I would like to make. Having seen in their report, Auditor ARC report, Audit and Risk Committee report, that highlights the importance of oversight. I think these are the things that I would like to say to NYDA to continue doing, because for me, it says that they have followed through maybe from previous reports, from the AG's report, and that work that they are doing, their oversight, ensure that they are able to have a consecutive clean audits. So I would just like to commend them on that and say they must continue the good work that they are doing, because many young people in this country are looking up to such entities like NYDA to assist them. We've got challenges of young people who are really losing it out there, drugs and everything that is taking place and swallowing our young people. So I think with the good reports that NYDA are producing and trying to bring more young people into the fold is assisting, and let them keep up the good work. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Bonnie. Can you lower your hands? Yeah, thank you. Nelly?
Chair, the next presentation will be from NYDA on the annual report for 2022-2023. Thank you, Chair.
Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to the honorable members. Good morning to the Deputy Minister, as well as the delegation from the Ministry, the NYDA board members that are present, as well as the staff members that are present this morning. Honorable Chairperson, just to preface our presentation this morning, so we would be presenting the annual report at a time when challenges could not seem more insurmountable, especially, Honorable Chair, since we are aware that it is women, it is children, and it is differently abled people, the majority of which are young people who are directly affected by these difficult times we find ourselves in. But Chairperson, I think it's important to highlight that while there are signs of resilience, within the South African economy, as shown by our GDP second quarter data, the growing needs of young people particularly really threaten these small but encouraging gains. Chairperson, we would have received, or we would have seen rather, the President of the Republic would have recently received the fourth census that has been undertaken since our democratic dispensation. So as the NYDA, we really welcome this development, but it's important to emphasize that while we're still studying this particular report, we are pleased to note the areas of improvement, particularly as they relate to young people. We've seen in the census reports that there has been increased access to education, and specifically the increase in the number of people who attained a national higher certificate, along with those on the opposite end of the youth spectrum who have increased their numbers in early childhood development. We've also seen, Honorable Chairperson, earlier this year, Stats SA released their quarterly labor force survey, and we would have seen that the official unemployment rate was sitting at around 32% of the working age population. Now, while this number has increased or decreased, pardon me, while the number has decreased by about 11,000 since the previous quarter, what it really translates to is about 7.9 million people who are still without jobs and a steady income. And we are well aware that majority of those are young people. And lastly, Honorable Chair, I think it's important to also note that we are expected to then provide a report, a status of youth report every 3 years. Now, this report has been finalized and endorsed by the Minister, our executive authority, and those, or rather this particular report provides an analysis of the youth context and the status in South Africa, while also acting as a background document and basis for future regular assessment of the overall status that young people find themselves in. Chairperson, I think it would be really remiss if we do not speak about the current economic outlook of this country and placing the work that we do in respect to this particular outlook. Now, we would know, Honorable Chair, that access to education, access to skills and training opportunities, funding, as well as support for youth-owned businesses, non-governmental organizations and cooperatives is an area that we felt as the agency needs further development. The cost and hurdles of doing business need to be resolved, while we are able then to protect the gains that have been achieved by the data that has been presented to us. Chairperson, we also eagerly await the medium-term budget policy statement. As you would be aware, it is scheduled to be delivered by the Minister of Finance on the 1st of November. And we eagerly await this particular statement with the hopes that the policy goals and the priorities, the financial priorities that are allocated to those goals will have young people at the center of those particular priorities. Lastly, Chair, the issue of the legislation, which you would have spoken about yourself in your opening remarks. For us as the agency, while efforts are being made towards a growing economy, including being able to tackle the structural constraints, we are alive to the fact that there are certain barriers of governance and coordination that need to be resolved. And which is why the ongoing process of the amendment of the NYDA Act remains an imperative step in the right direction. Honorable Chair, we would have equally made our submission, written submission, to the portfolio committee, and we hope that such submissions will be taken into consideration when the final bill is debated and ultimately enacted by the President. Honorable Chair, just to reflect broadly on our performance information and the projects, the presentation that we will be presenting will delve deeper into the details. But I felt it was important just to outline to the honorable members that our financial as well as our operational performance standards have been maintained in some areas. They have been enhanced. So while the team, as indicated, will report on the final details, we welcome the inputs by the honorable members on our continued clean audit outcomes, our unqualified audit reports, as well as being able to achieve all operational targets. And as a board, we continue to call for increased financial support from government partners, development partners, as well as, your private sector, so that we can expand the work that we have already undertaken during our term of office. It's also important to note, Chairperson, that our projects, as well as the activities that we have undertaken, have a renewed focus on your rural areas, your townships, as well as your underdeveloped areas of this country. The township as well as the rural economy really have a potential to reduce the unemployment rate that currently exists and create job opportunities, particularly for young people. And so we've equally listened to the inputs and the recommendations that the honorable members would have made in previous engagements with yourselves. And so we have had a shift in the working that we are doing, our outreach programs, so that we have an emphasis on the areas that I've just outlined. Honorable Chair, I think it's also worth mentioning that when we have an appreciation that young people are not a homogeneous group, and that as the agency, when we inculcate the idea that we leave no young person behind, that translates into our day-to-day work. And as such, we have been recognized for the work that we've been doing, particularly in your LGBTQIA plus community, wherein last year we were recognized at the 14th Feather Awards for winning or being the recipients of the best LGBTQIA plus initiative in the public sector. This is indicative, Chairperson, as already stated, on the fact that we are ensuring that, we are an agency that is reflective of all demographics within the youth cohort, and that we really give life to this impetus of leaving no young person behind. Chairperson, I want to really just touch on matters that were firmly raised by the members of the Portfolio Committee when we presented our 2020-21 2022 annual report. As a listening organization, Honorable Chairperson, we have noted those inputs, and maybe just to respond broadly on some of those salient points that the honorable members were raising. The key amongst other things was the investigation that has been undertaken or an investigation rather against our CEO. So it is worth mentioning, Chairperson, that we have been appraising the Portfolio Committee on the developments in this regard, and we are pleased that the investigation has entered the final stages, and to reaffirm that we will ensure that a copy is sent to the portfolio committee once that particular report has been finalized. Now, another area that was emphasized in our last reporting cycle was our communication and the need to improve our and the work that we are doing in the space of communication. Now, as the board, Honorable Chairperson, we have noted the great concerns about the agency's visibility and the communication. And it is under this premise that we have encouraged some structural changes within the agency to enhance visibility and communication all around. Now, we would have known, honorable members, that a communication strategy was developed by the agency, and we have shared it with the portfolio committee. But equally to note, Honorable Chairperson, is that our communication unit has also reassessed and has been strengthened. We are live and we understand the challenges, and the changes will not only happen overnight, but we believe that we are building internal systems that will ultimately yield results in the near future through our collaboration with other stakeholders, so that we're able to better leverage off their audiences as well. Now, we believe that through working with these various stakeholders and government institutions during their peak times, such as, your funding application season with your NSFAS, as well as the voter registration season that we will be undertaking with the IEC, that we will ensure and enhance the visibility of the agency and thus highlight our products and services to young people. Another area that was also emphasized in the previous reporting cycle was our vacancy rate. And we are pleased to inform the honorable members that we have drastically lowered our vacancy rate from a double digit to single digits since our last annual report. So in the last, we were sitting at 24% vacancy rate, and now we are sitting at about 9.5 in the current fiscal year. As well as to also highlight that most of our total staff complement are women. Lastly, Chairperson, would be the issues of international relations, which yourself included, you would have mentioned or spoken about this in your opening remarks. And it's just to appraise the portfolio committee members that as the agency, we do place international relations as at a pinnacle of the work that we are doing, and that we have undertaken work with the regional, your continental, as well as international bodies, organizations, along with representatives to be able to advance the work that we are doing. The agency would have hosted the Nelson Mandela Youth Dialogue, wherein we invited 20 African countries, which were inclusive of the diaspora. And really, this 4-day gathering of young people and sharp minds were able to shape the trajectory and the policy work that we are doing in our respective countries going forward. Importantly to note as well, honorable members, is that the NYDA has been working in collaboration with the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. And it was through our work with the department that we're able to formulate a strategy to advance the youth agenda at BRICS through the formation of a BRICS Youth Council. And just to take the honorable members back, in July this year, the NYDA would have hosted in the 9th BRICS Youth Summit that was hosted in Durban. And this summit took place under the theme BRICS and Africa, a partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. Now, this particular summit, honorable members, preceded the BRICS ministers responsible for youth affairs meeting, which was attended by youth ministers, heads of executive authorities for youth, as well as senior government officials across the BRICS member states. Now, the outcomes, which included the call for the establishment of a BRICS Youth Council, were presented to this ministers' meeting and ultimately adopted in the 15th BRICS Summit that took place in Johannesburg. And we are pleased to inform the honorable members that this particular milestone is significant to ensuring that the objectives of placing young people on an international level is realized. Now, we would have presented this particular framework to the heads of states, and the objectives in the main of this BRICS Youth Council would be to drive youth participation across the BRICS member states through the areas of trade, investment, education, and exchange opportunities across these particular member states. We are excited to be hosting the first BRICS Youth Council meeting that was scheduled to take place in December this year, before we hand over the chairpersonship of BRICS to Russia next year, where the work that we have started will continue in the years to come. Also to note, Chairperson, in the areas of international relation is 2024 rather, we aim to utilize this particular year to focus on the African youth agenda by enhancing structures such as your SADC Youth and Pan-African Youth Union, as well as being able to build relations with the African Union Youth Envoy, so that equally at a continental level, the work of youth development does not just end within our borders or our parameters. And lastly, Chairperson, it is also worth noting that South Africa will chair the G20 in the year 2025. And we are alive to that, and we are already beginning work to ensure that young people find expression in the strategy and the approach towards centering youth agenda at this particular G20 that will take place in the year 2025. So I felt, Honorable Chairperson, that we had to mention those particular inputs. But I believe that the details of the presentations will be expanded through the CEO, which I will invite to be able to take the honorable members on our 2023-2024 annual report. So with that, then, Honorable Chairperson, and through you, allow me then to invite the CEO, who will then take the honorable members through our presentation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay,
before the CEO, why do you grant your board member permission to leave the meeting early when you know that this meeting is important because we're dealing with your annual report?
Thank you, Chairperson. So as you would, honorable members would be aware that in our current composition, the board has 2 executive members and the other 5 are non-executive. Now, the board member who had requested to be excused from this meeting has a meeting with Minister of Public Enterprise. And it was a meeting that, as far as I'm aware, was scheduled long before the portfolio committee meeting, given that she has to present to the minister the various work that is in line with her current role in the Presidential Climate Commission. So it was with that understanding, Chairperson, that I would have granted the board member permission to, or through yourself, permission to leave the meeting so that she's able to attend to her work commitments. Thank you, Chairperson.
So we will, I'm sure, honorable members, we need to take note of what the chair just said in terms of when we are filling in vacancies for board members of NYDA. I'm sure we need to introduce something that will make sure that people who apply to be board members of the NYDA, one way or the other, there should be something that will be binding them. Because you see, it cannot be correct that when your board members are supposed to execute their responsibilities according to their application, then they are prioritizing other meetings than the work of NYDA. Young people out there, they were crying that they want us to recommend people who are going to execute their responsibilities without any failure, no excuses. So this thing of your board members having other commitments on the day that is very critical for them to be in Parliament, it cannot be accepted, Chair. It cannot. You know, your members must prioritize the NYDA. So that request is still declined. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. If I may, before you allow the CEO.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll put it in your act, Chair. We are going to be innovative as the portfolio committee. Next week, we're starting with the bill. We'll look at other things that we have put, and then we'll introduce new things. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. We note the inputs, and I wanted perhaps just to appraise the members that as part of the ensuring that board members undertake their duties, we do have board appraisals, which perhaps if the meeting could allow, we can, once those appraisals are available, share with the honorable members so that they too have an indication of the work that we are doing, both as the executive as well as the non-executives. However, in the presentation, we do outline and highlight some of the work that the board members have been doing. But it was just to emphasize that there is a commitment on all board members to ensure that the work that they are doing and prioritizing the work at the agency. However, all of that will be outlined in the presentation that will be made by the CEO. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
I think, Chair, one of the reasons that makes us to be strict is because when we were looking at your annual report, we have seen that even in terms of payments for your board members, you know, other members were saying some of the members, board members, are paid more than others, and that also it's a question. The concern is probably those that have claimed more is because of the work that they've been doing, and those that have claimed less, it could be that they are not doing the work of the NYDA most of their time. So, but we'll come to that when we are discussing your annual report, because those clarity seeking questions will be raised by members when we get there. Thank you very much. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me extend greetings to the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, the Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the WIP, the members of the committee, and the board of the NYDA. Today's presentation will just go through an introduction and a context. We'll go through the detail of the annual performance report, the financial statements, the status of human resources in the organization. The executive chair and executive deputy chair will do presentations from their respective offices, and then we'll have reports from the board of directors. If we look at just an overview of the NYDA for the financial year 2022-2023, this report now represents our financial, our performance, as well as our compliance report for the financial year under review. During the year, we achieved 100% of our performance against the annual performance plan, which is approved by Parliament. We achieved now a 9th consecutive clean audit outcome, which is an unqualified audit report with no material findings on performance, financial statements, or compliance with laws and regulations. Of course, many people ask, you know, what is the point of a clean audit? But it's very important when we try and raise funds from the fiscus. It's something that National Treasury looks at when they are making allocations, when they're considering budget requests from organizations. Many of our government partners who we ask to invest in the NYDA also look at our audit report. Development partners like the United Nations Development Program, the United Nations Volunteer Program, all look at our audit report for for assessing our performance. And even the private sector, who we have identified as a critical stakeholder for youth development, they care very much about our audit outcome. And I think in that context, it's quite important. Of course, as the ARC reported, we did have some fruitless and wasteful expenditure for which there will be consequence management for, and we will recover those funds against whoever is responsible, whether it be suppliers or employees in the organization. But I think it is quite important that, consistent with previous financial years, we have zero irregular expenditure for the year under review, and we did not make use of consultants. In terms of where South Africa is at, I think we have shown that there are multiple overlapping crises, which is post-pandemic recovery, load shedding, and limited growth. And all of these impact on labor market prospects for young people. These crises are real and they're felt on the ground, but the nature of our work will continue to evolve, and we need to pay attention to the opportunities and the constraints of the future. Load shedding is just one example of that. A few months ago, no one could see the end in sight. For now, we've had consistent only stage 2 or stage 3. With the last final unit at Kusile coming on board, we should see an end to load shedding in the near future. So some things that seem impossible, with consistent work and consistent effort, they can be brought right, and getting multiple things that are crises now, getting them right, will help us to improve our outcomes for young people. Just to show that the work that is being done is working, the slide shows a youth unemployment rate in Q2 at the top of 2021, which is around about the time that this board of directors entered office, but also around the time that the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention reached full implementation. Now you'll see there that in Q2 of 2021, we had about a 66.5% unemployment rate for 15 to 24-year-olds, and about a 46% unemployment rate for 25 to 34-year-olds. Fast forward to Q2 of 2023, we see both of those percentages have dropped by 6%. And if you were to project that into the future, so if you project that youth unemployment with our interventions is coming down by 3% every year, and you map that out into 2030, when the National Development Plan comes to an end, you'll find that by the time you get to 2030, we would have a youth unemployment rate of around about 20%. Yeah? So consistent effort will get us to where we need to be in terms of our development goals. What is important is that we don't lose sight of the big picture when we address our individual quarter-on-quarter issues that we face as a country. If you delve deeper into the quarterly labor force survey, you'll also find that the beneficiaries of employment increases is made up of majority men. Yeah? And we know that there's a very gendered perspective attached to youth unemployment. Yeah? What we also see is that youth employment in the private sector is still about 5% below pre-pandemic levels. But programs like the Presidential Employment Stimulus, the Teachers Assistance Program, and many others, including the informal sector, where we know young people are hustling for themselves, are contributing to recovery of opportunities. And it is our role to make sure that these are inclusive and sustainable programs. What we know is that barriers continue to exist at all levels during the job search, through engagement at the level of opportunities and at the systems level. NYDA's work with many of our partners looks at what are the barriers that are holding young people back at each level, and how to break them to maximize access to income-generating opportunities. We need more than just incremental investment to multiply the number of pathways. Yeah? We need to apply a critical lens on the investment that we're making. South Africa is not short of money, but we need to ask ourselves a consistent question: are we investing in the right things as organizations and as a country? And when we use the right lens of risk and return. Our experience shows that, especially in the youth employment context, these concepts have very unique dimensions. Just to focus on young women for a minute is to say, on the platform sayouth.mobi, we see evidence of young women's competence, their readiness to work, as well as their tenacity. 66% of young people on SA Youth are young women. Yeah? And of the nearly 1 million placements that have been done through the platform, 68% of them are female. These facts suggest that not only do South Africa's young women remain optimistic and resilient despite the odds that they are often dealt, but when we break barriers for them and when we address the systematic disadvantages that they face, they will readily seize those opportunities. Our experience suggests that when we invest in young men and young women, this creates immense value for organizations, for communities, for economies, and for society as a whole. We remain committed to working with all private and social partners in addressing youth unemployment. In the coming weeks, we will be opening the second phase of our National Youth Service, which is 20,000 new opportunities for young people. In the performance report, we'll reflect on the phase one, which placed close to 50,000 opportunities for young people during the 22-23 financial year. And this work is not only being locally recognized, but it's also being globally recognized. We have a number of international partnerships, as the chairperson would have suggested, and organizations like the United Nations are taking an increased interest into the barrier work that South Africa is implementing for youth employment. I really do think we are at the cusp of implementing very exciting initiatives, which is going to change the trajectory of youth employment in the country. Of course, with the positives that we report on, there are also challenges to be faced. The Audit Committee chairperson reflected on the fact that cuts in year to the budget this year of about 30 million rand heavily impacts on our ability to implement our programs and leads to trust deficits with young people. We make plans based on an approved budget. When that budget gets cut, it really does impact on our ability to continue to execute on those plans. But perhaps the one element that I would like to leave the committee with is to say that the largest risk to the NYDA is that the funding for the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention ends in March 24. I think the positive trajectory of the NYDA has been reaffirmed by political support from the presidency, support from this particular portfolio committee on women, youth, and persons with disabilities, the minister and the deputy minister and the presidency. But the largest risk to the NYDA, and this risk is existential in nature, but also the largest risk to youth employment is the cutoff of funding of this program come the end of March 2024. Where we are, I think the statistics show evidence.
I'm happy that CEO, we are raising this and the DM is also here. What we are raising, that the cutoff of budget for that program is going to create more problems for us. So what I think we need to do is to call in National Treasury and yourselves for other things, the department, and then I think that day we must also include you. So Neliswa, you must add the NYDA in that letter. Sorry for interjecting you. You can continue.
Problem, Chair. You can interject me at any time, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. I'll just pause there for now and hand over to Mr. Walter Bango, who is the Head of Strategy and Planning at the NYDA, and he will take you through our annual performance report for 2022-2023. Walter, I'm not sure if you're speaking, but if you are, you're on mute.
Thanks, CEO and Chairperson, and apology for that. I think something happened on my screen as I was trying to start the presentation. So and morning once more, Chairperson and members to this portfolio committee and the NYDA board, and well, of course, our ARC. So I'm going to take you through, Chair, in terms of the outcomes of performance information as outlined in our annual report. So this slide speaks to Program 1, which is our support program within the NYDA. So the first KPI here, we had committed a number of NYDA quarterly management reports produced. This is to make sure that we submit a quarterly report on a quarterly basis to yourself and to the minister and treasury and so forth, including the financial report as well, even to our ARC. So that has been achieved in terms of that compliance from a reporting point of view. Reviewed and implemented an annual workplace skills plan, which is from an HR point of view, because on an annual basis, we need to make sure that that is being reviewed and it's also implemented. That was also met. Review an annual SCM procurement plan, which is also a compliance with National Treasury. Every year, we have to develop an annual procurement plan that outlines what are the procurement activities that the NYDA is going to do for the year, and that was reviewed, and will of course produce a quarterly report in terms of progress, and be reported on. Next slide, CEO. I think still under administration in terms of the next slide, we had also committed in terms of value of funds sourced from the public and private partnerships that we normally engage and sign those partnerships with the NYDA. We had a target of 150 million. Chair, we had exceeded that target. As you can see, we've achieved 220 million, but over and above, this was due to the willingness from the partners that we engage from time to time. And well, of course, the intensive focus that we have, engaged and call upon our partnerships to sign those partnerships with us to assist our young people. Number of SETA partnerships established, as we know that there's about, I think it's 27 SETAs in the country. We from year to year, we commit to a number of SETAs that and identified some specific programs that they could work with us. We also, we exceeded in that regard. We had about 7 SETAs that worked with us, and this was also due to the willingness to work with the NYDA. Number of partnerships signed with technology companies. We had committed about 2 partnerships within the technology space, and we had exceeded. We had 3 partnerships that worked with the NYDA to support some of the youth programs within the NYDA. Next slide, CEO. I think still within NYDA, we had also committed to review and implement an ICT strategic plan, which in actual fact is a norm that we do on an annual basis to make sure that our ICT environment it's safe for us to be able to work on. We had committed a target of 75% achievement, and that target was met. Review and implement an integrated communication and marketing strategy. I think this also, Chair, supports to what the Chairperson and the CEO has alluded into earlier on, to say that there's quite a lot of efforts that we put to make sure that our products and services out there are well known by these young people. But by so doing, and we make sure that we put a communications plan and a marketing strategy together. But every year we have to go back and make sure that are we on course in terms of how we engage with young people through the social media, and also other available platforms that we normally engage with our young people. produce and approve an NYDA strategic risk register. Well, of course, that as well as a compliance deliverable. We had made sure that a risk register has been reviewed and it's been approved by our management and ARC. Annual report on partnerships established with disability organizations to promote youth development. Well, of course, again here, because we saw it fit as the NYDA that young persons with disability have been excluded for many years, for them to be able to be absorbed in some of the product and services that might be available for them. And that report has been, those partnerships have been established, and we make sure as well that we compile a report. 100% implementation and monitored ERP modules in all NYDA platforms. We also had to make sure that we migrate the way we do business within the NYDA to an online platform, which is called an ERP. And that, Chair, we've made sure that all our platforms are migrated. As alluded to earlier on, that even our young people, we also encourage them to even apply for a grant program online, and of which we have seen it very successful. A lot of young people have since migrated or opted into that platform. Next slide, Sio. So, Chair, that was it with program 1. Now moving to the core program, which is program 2, program design, development, and deliver. The first target here that we had committed in the previous financial year, it was the number of youth and youth-owned enterprises supported with financial interventions. This mainly, Chair, speaks to the grant target. So we had a target of 2,000, but we since exceeded that target with 320. And well, again, the reason why we were able to exceed in this target, it's the continuous engagement that we communicate with young people, and young people have shown interest into the products and services of the NYDA, particularly this grant program, where they are coming in numbers to apply for this particular grant, but well, of course, also the additional funding that we sourced so that we can support these young people. Number of youth supported with non-financial business development interventions. This is mainly your BMT, your business management training, and also other training interventions that we support these young people. Because what we do is, before a young person can be funded, needs to undergo some kind of training so that he or she understands, the basics of how to run a business. So we had a target of 25,000. We exceeded there. We had about 209 young people that accessed the NYDA, and they were supported. And this target was met due to those collaborations and partnerships that we have within all the 43 branches of NYDA in all the provinces. Number of jobs created and sustained through supporting entrepreneurs and enterprises. We had a target of 6.2. We also exceeded the target. We achieved 6.7, Chair. This target was met and exceeded due to the grant program that was oversubscribed. I think this is what I've alluded to earlier on the grant program. Number of beneficiaries supported with business development support services offered to young people by the NYDA. We had a target of 1,000. This is mainly the voucher program, Chair, because before a young person can initiate or start a business, there are some, specific vouchers that we allocate to these young people so that they can begin to conceptualize and make sure that they're not experiencing any, financial barriers whenever they want to start implementing their small businesses that have been funded. So this target was met and exceeded due to, again, partnerships that we also signed with Facet to implement the projects. We also partnered with University of Pretoria, University of Free State, and University of KwaZulu-Natal to can actually assist us to implement this project. Next slide, CEO. Well, these are graphs, Chair, just to highlight and just to share with you in terms of the specifics of those particular programs. You can see there under grant program that really this grant program, it's mainly designed to provide young entrepreneurs with an opportunity to access both financial and non-financial business development support, as I've alluded to earlier on, either to establish or grow their businesses. Therefore, a total of 2,320 was disbursed to those young people. In terms of jobs created and sustained as well, this is one of the programs that, through entrepreneurship developments, which is derived from the three programs, namely market linkages, voucher, and the grant program. These jobs are either created or sustained as a result of the intervention offered by the program in business or a young entrepreneur. And then again, that total of 6,796 jobs were created, through the support that we provided to these young people. On the far right, you see there the non-financial, which is what also I alluded to in terms of the support and training that we give to these young people. So these young people received these particular interventions, and this target was met and exceeded due to the collaborations that we have with young people in all the branches of the NYDA. And also, again, in terms of the voucher program, which is a business support program aimed at assisting these young entrepreneurs by providing one-on-one business development support to access quality business development services through the NYDA approved business consultancy services providers, thereby enhancing their participation in the mainstream economy. And then the target was met and exceeded due to those partnerships again. Next slide, Sue. Still within program 2, we had also committed to do what we call a pathway management analytical report produced on job placement opportunities facilitated. So this is mainly derived from what we call, we have actually created a platform which we call it SA Mobi, where we encourage young people across South Africa to go into that platform, which is called a single platform, which is also zero rated. Young people, they can go register their CVs, mainly graduates. They are also in love with these particular platforms because from time to time, there are opportunities that are also availed from this platform for them to can acquire job opportunities that are availed. And on an annual basis, we also, produce a report that indicates how many of those opportunities that young people have accessed, or how many young people that have registered themselves into that particular platform. Number of young people capacitated with skills to enter the job market, we had a target of 75,000. Here, Chair, we know that there's quite a number of young people, could be graduates, could be non-graduates, but at times you find there are young people that do not even know how to compose, their CVs. They don't know how to can present themselves, prepare themselves for opportunities that might be available. Therefore, the NYDA has created platforms where we assist them in terms of giving them those particular skills to prepare them for job opportunities that might be available out there. And this target was exceeded due to the interest that young people have shown, especially in life skills and job preparedness offered by the NYDA, and also with the collaborations that we normally, have with local municipalities, but over and above, even at a provincial level with the provinces. They sometimes partner with us and refer a lot of young people to come and get those skills from NYDA. Number of young people placed in jobs. So this is also a target, Chair, as you know, that I think in the past years, as also alluded from that slide from the CEO, that the market has been tight in the past in terms of opportunities that are available for young people to compete, as more and more graduates are graduating every year. But as the NYDA, we managed to can actually go out there and look for about 15,434 job opportunities that were availed through collaborations and partnerships and government departments at most, and some private sectors that often than not we engage them or they come to NYDA. And one flagship program that highlighted here, which also attributed to the overachievement. We had also an intensive focus on partnerships, which we established with the KZN, the Department of Public Works, which will, of course, increase the number of jobs for young people to be placed in that province, Chair, as an example. Next slide, Sio. This is also a graphical illustration, Chair, here. As here, we saying, if, for example, if you look into the opportunities that are being availed there, as much as the environment it's very hostile, or at times there are no organizations that are really willing to provide those opportunities. But as the NYDA, we kept on pushing to make sure that these young people, because at times it's not because of they don't have the right qualifications, but at times it's how they present themselves when these opportunities are availed. We therefore make sure that we equip them or give them that know-how or skills to be able to be ready for whenever opportunities are available out there, because we know that today's youth will have many new jobs over the course of their lives, well, of course, with the associated pressures and the need for flexibility. So for them to have those necessary, soft skills, it's quite very important. I mean, how to draft an effective CV, how to write a motivational letter, how to prepare for job interviews and equip youth with relevant information to assist in employment retention once successful interview. Because at times we've seen that you find even young people that are being absorbed in real opportunities that are available, but they also often are not experienced even over and above some other challenges. But through these programs, we are able to mentor them and give them the necessary skills so that they are ready to uptake opportunities that are available within the market. Next slide, CEO. Still within program 2, we had committed a number of organizations and departments to be lobbied to implement the National Youth Service. So this, Chair, really speaks to, again, the partnership that we have with government departments and private sector over and above civil society that wants to work with the organization. We had a target of 60. We exceeded, Chair, by 13. But this target was as a result of the National Steering Committee of NYS, the NPOs implementing NYS, and provincial structures that we have established. Well, of course, also with the willingness that some of these government departments and organizations that are willing to work with us. We had also committed to produce an annual report on the National Youth Service program, because we also saw it fit that this is one of the key strategic programs that the NYDA implements, which is the National Youth Service Program, where young people are being taught or they voluntarily participate within their communities in quite a number of programs, which, well, of course, as part of social cohesion and nation building, it builds them as human beings of the society. We had then compiled that annual report. Number of young people participating in NYS, expanded volunteer projects. This target, we had 11,000 target, but we had achieved 12,172. This was mainly driven by the incubation program that was introduced, and the 1,000 NPOs that work with the NYDA, which will, of course, assisted in the implementation. Number of young people participating in CWP program. This was also one of the big program, Chair, that we implemented in Mpumalanga province, where quite massive young people of 7,000 came on board they participated in the program. We managed to implement that program without any challenges. We had exceeded 7,333. This target was due to youth being prioritized as the intakes for the CWP, but of course, in the province of Mpumalanga. Next slide, CEO. In terms of number of young people securing paid service opportunities, this is also within the NYS program, but of course, in partnership with, in collaborations with Presidency Chair, which was mainly part of the Jobs Fund, with a target of 35,000 for the year. For young people to participate in the program and make sure that we pay them stipend in terms of those projects or activities that they participated within the program. We also exceeded, we had about 46,320 young people. And of course, this chair is just a reflection of the dire unemployment state of young people, because there's quite a number of young people that are not unemployed. I mean, that are not employed. But I think through this program, we manage, to assist these 46,000 young people to participate in this particular program. As you can see, there's also the next target that speaks to how many of those young people that completed those service activities that they were allocated within their specific communities. Then we had about 34,445, where we had a target of 20,000. And this target was met and exceeded again due to, the issues of unemployment challenges that young people are faced with. But it then doesn't stop there. We then said, look, okay, out of these 46,000 young people that are participating in this program, how many of these young people that are going to transition out of the National Youth Service into other opportunities? Because some of these young people, when they come to us, they were not in education, they were not in employment, they were not participating in any other economic platform that might be available out there. But through their participation within this particular project, there was about 7,546 of these young people that really transitioned into other opportunities. And most of them, Chair, after participating in this program, they were able to go to universities. They were able to go and start up their own businesses. They were able to find employment and, play a meaningful role within the community. The next slide, CEO. Well, I think I've already alluded to this slide. It's just a graphical illustration, Chair. I won't really go through this one because it will be repetitive. Yeah, I think this is the last program, Chair, in terms of performance. And this last program, it's called Integrated Youth Development. So here, we had committed to do about 4 impact studies, which we call evaluations, Chair, because it's of no use to implement programs, but you don't go back and say, how are you doing into that particular program? What are the challenges? What are the success stories that we can share and encourage other young people out there so that they can come and approach NYDA to be assisted? So we have produced about 4 studies. I think one of those studies there, it's on grant, Chair, and also other studies. And I think we also did one study around the impact of load shedding as well. We also developed a status of the youth report in the country. I think this was also alluded to by the Chair, because this is as per the act of the NYDA. The NYDA is expected to develop a status of a youth report every 3 years, a Chair, which then that report has to be tabled to Parliament, will of course be submitted to the Minister and the President. We have since finalized that report. We will then make sure and prepare all the necessary processes to be submitted to Parliament. Chair, produce an annual report on the integrated youth development strategy. So here, Chair, it's also one of the interventions by the NYDA where we also acknowledge that we not only the only role player when it comes to youth development across the country. You've got your government departments at the national level, at the provincial level, your municipalities, your private sectors, your civil society. That can really play a meaningful role in making sure that youth development is being implemented across the country. So we then since developed a strategy which was approved by Cabinet, and every year we then go back to the annual reports of government departments and, well, of course, engage other stakeholders that we work with as to what are the achievements, the success stories that these partners that we're working with are doing, that we can also share and encourage young people within the youth sector to take up, some of those opportunities that are also even reflected in the NDP chair. But over and above, this strategy is more focused on the medium-term strategic framework plan of government, which we then had to make sure that we collaborate and engage the government departments that have to implement those commitments. Number of youth status outlook reports produced with a target of 3, and we have achieved that target. So these are some of the best practice and lessons learned that we normally, from a research point of view, we go and produce these reports. We share with our young people so that they also get encouragement from the NYDA to can see what other young people are doing out there, what are the challenges that are there in the market, what are the lessons that they can learn from other sectors. So yeah, I think this was the last from a targets point of view, that was the last slide. But maybe just to share from an integrated youth development, I think, and also to say from a monitoring and evaluation point of view, we make sure that we produce credible numbers and dashboards of results that management and the board of directors can also rely on. And again, with the evaluations as mentioned here, and some of the research reports that I've already alluded to earlier on, there are lessons learned that from time to time when we do these reports, like for example, from a grant evaluation that we did, from an evaluation of the Youth Micro Enterprise Relief Fund. This was mainly necessitated by the challenges that young people faced during COVID, Chair, where we went back and wanted to know, are their businesses still sustainable? What are the challenges that they're experiencing? How can we assist as the NYDA? We also did a CWP study, which what was one of the successful programs that we did in Mpumalanga. We also did an impact load shedding towards small youth-owned businesses, because we have also noticed that there's quite a number of young people that are not able to run their businesses without power, Chair. But we also, from time to time engage with these young people to say, look, with the NYDA, you can be assisted, to apply, even if you have been funded for the first time. For the second time, you can apply if maybe, for example, you do not have a backup, so that they can get those generators so that the businesses are not affected. But these studies, it really, gave us some lessons where we were able to, go back and engage with these young people and see how we can assist, where we can assist. And yeah, I think next slide, CEO. Yeah, I think in terms of the status of the youth report, Chair, I've alluded to that this is as per the Act of the NYDA, that the NYDA should produce a status of youth report. And this is a legislated document that is to produced by us every 3 years, and it is to be tabled before Parliament and before it is released
Walter.
to the public.
Walter?
Thanks, Chair.
You have 116 slides to present. So, and I can see you are going through each and every detail of your report. So you're gonna take much of our time, and we are still expecting the CEO to go through the BRRR and the CFO. So my suggestion to you is that just highlight your key achievements and the things that are critical that you want to brought to the attention of the portfolio committee. So that we are able, because we are dealing with the strategic plan and the APP. So we are going to take a lot of time, and the CEO has to come in, and the CFO has to come in. So that is my advice to you. And don't read your report as it's just highlight the key achievements, and those that you did not achieve, highlight on them, and other things that you want to bring to the attention of the portfolio committee, do like that. Lebohang, is for the last time that you submit your request. You'll be released at 12 o'clock for your other meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think this was the last slide, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Before I hand over to the CFO, just perhaps to touch on the fact that at NYDA, we no longer see our programs operating individually, right? So we don't see youth-owned enterprises as separate from jobs, as separate from National Youth Service. And just to show you an example of that there, I know committee members visited a number of our National Youth Service programs. But just take the first one there. I'll only touch on one, right? It's Nicholas Labane. He was an NYS participant in Paraborwa. He did after-school support at Matume Malachi High School. And he taught learners music, he taught them public speaking, he taught them how to organize debate events, which is core to the National Youth Service program. But he didn't stop there. He used his NYS stipend. He bought radio equipment. He bought a printing machine. He bought some A4 papers. And NYDA helped him with training for his business. And now he set up his orientating and his internet cafe business. He's also set up an online studio where he hosts his own podcast. And he has his own goal of starting his own radio station. So just to show the complementary of the work that we do as the organization between, I think when you look at the numbers, sometimes it just looks like numbers, right? But these are the real stories of young people on a day-to-day basis and the work that the NYDA is doing with them to support them and empower them. Chair, I'll hand over to the CFO to take us through high level the financial statements.
Thank you, CEO. Please just confirm if you can hear me.
We can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Honorable Chair, all committee members, the Deputy Minister, the board, and everyone. You're all important. If I didn't mention you, I am not worthy to be presenting before you. I will just give the financial information that supports performance information. So high level, in terms of the budget that we were allocated, we had an allocation. And then that budget was
CFO, your line is terrible. We can barely
The sound is gone. The sound is
yeah.
gone.
CFO, we can't hear you. Yeah.
No, we still can't hear you, CFO. Sorry.
CFO. Kwenzeka ntoni? CEO, where's the CFO?
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
We can hear you now, yes.
So I'm just joining on my phone. Apologies for that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okwenzakalani?
Hey, Anna. Sabotage, Chair. Apologies for that, Chair.
Okay, it's okay.
Okay, I'll start from the beginning. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Deputy Minister, and all board members, and everyone whom I probably did not mention. You all matter, and I had said I am not worthy to present to you, but I am here to give the financial information following what Mr. Bango has already presented. So in terms of the budget, I can just hear myself. I don't know what I need to do. Sorry.
Tifa, maybe try mute your laptop and then just speak through your phone.
Hey.
I have done that, but I can still hear myself.
It seems to be better now.
Is it? Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Alex. Okay. So the initial... Oh
no, it's echoing again.
So the initial budget that was approved was 752 million for the prior financial year. The makeup of that was 481 million that was allocated by National Treasury and 200 million from the PYIE transfer. Committee would have remembered that we had received a massive transfer before the end of the previous financial year, which we started implementing in the 2022-2023 financial year. Then National Treasury approved our rollover funds of 420 million, with 385 of that comprising what needed to be spent for the PYIE NYS program. And in addition to that, we got donor funding of approximately 97 million. And this subsequently increased throughout the year to 161 million overall in terms of the full year. We were able to earn interest on the monies that we had received. We had a large balance at the beginning of the year. We were able to earn interest of around 17 million, which was a very good thing because we could then use it for the programs. So the funds that we had did enable us to earn 17 million throughout the year. The overall gross adjusted annual budget moved then from 128 million, and the actual revenue that we had is 1.2 million overall, and our expenditure in line with that revenue is 1.2 million. And in that we had a 30 million, which is capital and contractual commitments. I will show the details once I go into the depth of the presentation. So overall, the financial year we prepared, everything was prepared in according to the standards of GRAP. And we have a going concern as an organization, and I will speak to that also later on in the presentation. So going into the details of the financial statements, CEO, you can just go to the next slide, please. This is our financial statement, which shows the assets and liabilities of the organization. You will see, I will just speak to the high numbers because Chair, I did take note that you're saying we shouldn't speak to everything, but just raise the significant items. So CEO, if you can just go to the next slide that speaks to this. In terms of our assets, we have receivable from exchange, which relates to our sundry debtors and prepayments and the bank interest that increased to 79%. And we also have non-exchange receivables. This contains of staff loans, and it also relates to the GTEC receivable that we had at the end of the year, because if colleagues or the committee could just remember that for that program, we were using a jobs fund for them to implement. So we had transferred funds to them. And when we are saying receivable, we were receiving, or we had a receivable of services that was due to the organization in relation to the funds that were transferred by then. We also have a receivable from CWP project, which is what you will see. And that's why our receivables compared to last year have increased by 200%. So some of the slides, the words speak to the numbers, which I will go to. This is just a high level of what the numbers that I will go to in the next slides. The cash and cash equivalents, which is made up of cash, was mainly made up of the implementation funds for PYIE and all the NYDA programs received funds. And then we also have equipment that have increased from prior year. This was due to new capital acquisitions, and majority of it, 76%, related to computer equipment, because with the growing staff composition, we needed to acquire more laptops for branch employees and also those employees that are sitting at head office. And only 9% of that related to office furniture. Then going into the next slide, we speak about intangible assets. You will see that that hasn't moved, but that intangible asset relates to the ERP models that have been developed in-house. So we will have that intangible asset sitting in our books for some time, for as long as we're able to use that ERP system. Then we have rental deposits. I know this was something that was conversational in the previous year, where we were speaking about the leasing of... sorry, Jen. Okay. We were talking about the leasing of our head office and our branches. So what we do there, we always have to pay our rent a month in advance, just like normal housing rental. And that would be what we're sitting in our assets as rental deposits for both head office and branches. Then coming into liabilities. So when we speak exchange transaction and non-exchange transaction, when we speak exchange transactions, it mostly relates to internal operational transactions, and the non-exchange would be in relation mostly to donor funding, where it's relating to donor-funded programs where there is a link to the receivable and a specific target, and that's why you will see interchangeably within assets and liabilities, we will speak about exchange transaction and non-exchange transactions. And then when we come to employee cost, we had a provision for employee leave and performance bonus, which was sitting at an amount which I will be able to show you when we go back to the slides.
From their blackness, themselves, their blackness. Fight so much anger.
Honorable Chair.
Everyone know.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Masiko.
We're getting some feedback from your mic.
My apologies.
Thank you. So coming to loans receivables, this is one thing to highlight, which I think the committee would be very happy and in line with what the current board has done. So in 2014, we would have been using a model of granting young people loans and then expecting them to repay. We had challenges collecting some of the funds from some of the young people, and when this board came into the picture, they then said, in terms of all the things that young people are dealing with all the things that young people are dealing with, we shouldn't add the pressure of having to repay loans. And it then subsequently we were able to apply for the writing off of these loans, and some of the portion we were able to recover, and some we then tended to be a grants sort of system where they don't need to repay anymore. And this is something that this current board can take even to the years to come, to say they were able to write off these loans and lift off the burden of this debt from young people within South Africa. So just to talk about it, then the amount that was in our balance sheet as the end of last year was around 56 million. So there was 56 million that was still outstanding, and we were able to write off 230 million in the current financial year, with 11 million being a provision to be what is then written off in the current year. And I'm happy to say that this has already been approved, and in the new financial year you will see that the balance, there wouldn't even be a provision of 11 million anymore. It will all be zero in a sense, meaning that there is no longer an expectation from NYDA to have young people repay us those funds. So that is something worth noting. And then we can move to the next slides. So that slide was just talking to what I just spoke about now. So you will see in the revenue slide, I always get the question that you're saying that the total revenue was 1.3 billion, but then here you're seeing only 812 million. So I just want to remind the committee members and everyone on the call that when I speak about rollover from prior year, that 420 million would have been recognized in the prior year as revenue. So it can't be recognized again in the current year's revenue. But it did work towards us meeting the program objectives of the NYDA in the current financial year. So hence my revenue amount and the total amounts that were utilized in the year will always look like they're not equating to the same. So the total revenue is 812 million, which is legit from the new financial year, with the rollover of 120 million. And then of that, we have operating expenses, which is 193 million, donor funding disbursements, 113 million, with finance cost, which is just the day-to-day running of using the banking facility of 63,000, project disbursement of 794 million, with grant disbursements at 89 million. So overall, majority of the current of the organization's revenue is definitely used within enabling young people within South Africa in the form of different programs within the organization. The next slide, please. I've already spoken to this. And with the expenditure, I'm also happy to highlight that only 18% of the total expenditure of the organization, which relates to 661 staff, was utilized for salaries. This is also something that I think was topical in the previous financial year. So it's worth mentioning that we are doing very well, because the general standard or acceptable rate is normally 30%, and we are nowhere near that. So majority of the funds, again, are going or directly linked to being linked directly to the hands of young people in the form of the programs that Mr. Bango has already alluded to. Next slide. This is just a summary of our budget versus actual. And I am happy to also say that our budgeting process is very, very complex, and we do make sure that we budget accordingly. And you will see that on the original or overview slide, I did say that what we had budgeted, there isn't even a 1% variance from what we have budgeted and our actual, because we do ensure that we meet targets. And obviously the targets, that means that the monies that were planned are utilized to meet those objectives. So I won't go into the details, but that is just the budget versus actual comparison slide. In terms of donor funding, I think I will spend a bit of time here so that you also see what are some of the collaborations and partnerships that we are having with other departments. So in the current financial year, you will see that the CWP program contributed 77 million, and Department of Sports and Culture, 10 million, Flemish government, 50, and Service SETA apprenticeship program, 2.2 million. I will also go to PSETA NYDA program, which the PSETA contribution was 1.9 million, and the DPSA contribution was 1.5 million. And we also had a program where we collaborated with Okruleni Fetola funding, which was 1.1 million, and Food Bev SETA for 3.4 million. And then we also have the Unemployment Insurance Fund, UIF, whom currently also we still have a partnership with them, where they contributed 10.9 million in the prior year, and this is contributed to the grants program. So if ever you wanted to know the participation of other departments, these are some of the partnerships and the funds that they're contributing to meeting our targets as the NYDA. Next slide, please. And then commitments. I did mention that there was 30 million within our spend that related to commitments, which was commitments that we had committed to before the end of the year, which are things that were necessary to be bought or implemented in the new financial year. Majority of it related to office equipment, which is 5.5 million. This is bearing in mind that when we speak office equipment, it's not just head office, it's all the branches. We currently have over 44 branches across the province, so that relates to all the branches. And then leasehold improvements of 305,000. Computer equipment, 5.8 million. Again, this would have been in line with the staff requirements that were planned and the needs of the staff. And as we're speaking about ERP, we obviously have to ensure that people do have the computers to implement the online, and also in terms of branches, that the branches are equipped to be able to enable young people to log in and do all the necessary things within the branches. So that is where 5.8 million was. Vehicles, so we have staff buses, and we also have staff buses commitments that ensures that people are brought to the organization. And when you see 5.6 million, you think that was around 10 vehicles that were planned, because majority had been here for years and were no longer roadworthy, and we were having issues, so we had to dispose them and buy new ones. And then office and furniture fittings for 1.6 million. Other contractual commitments related to programs, the 3.8 million you're seeing was for job creation funding partnership. And for us, this is one of the key things that we need to work on, especially Mr. Bango would have spoken about how it's very difficult to have young people find job placements. So we are, as NYDA, we are actively also ensuring that we don't just give young people opportunities, but we give them sustainable livelihoods, and that relates to job placements where they are actually able to partake in the economy. In-sitter skills development for 3.7 million, and jobs find mentorship partnership for 5 million. So we speak about how we don't just do financial contributions, but also mentorship. So that was one of the other commitments that we had done before the end of the financial year. There was no irregular expenditure in the year that was being mentioned, and we did not have any related party transaction with the NYDA or the department besides the transfer that we speak about. And this is important because it's part of governance, and there is prescripts as to if there is any related party transaction that needs to be disclosed. So that's why it's worth noting that there wasn't any. And any related party transactions with the board or management was related to remunerations, which is there in the financial statement, and it's note 27. I think Chair, you already alluded to the remuneration. So that is the only transaction that we have with the board members or key management personnel. And all transactions with the related parties were concluded at arm's length basis, which is also a requirement whenever there's related party transactions. Next slide, please. I mentioned that NYDA is a going concern. Going concern is important because it assesses the basis on which the financial statements are. It's either it's going concern or we are liquidating, and thank God we are not. The reason why NYDA is a going concern is because we have assets that exceed liabilities. The agency also has equity surplus reserves, and the agency has received an allocation for the new financial year, which we're currently in now, of 733 million from the department. And we are still, because of the mandate that the organization has, we still believe that we are still perfectly positioned to be able to address the needs of young people in South Africa. And we also hold reserves as a policy that the organization has of 4.8 million. This is to ensure that if ever there are any deficits or unforeseen circumstances like one that we have now of cuts, we have those funds that we are able to tap into if there is a need to ensure that we meet the target requirements of the organization. And hence why the organization's financial statements were prepared with a going concern prescript. Thanks, CEO. Please, let's move to the next slide. This is just a snapshot of the audit outcome. You will hear that premiums unqualified or non-material findings. So according to the Auditor General's report, for the past 3 years, we have not had any qualified or any material findings for both on a performance operational basis and the annual financial report, procurement of contracts, management expenditure management, asset management, strategic planning and performance management, and consequence management. So we have been fairly found to not be having any material findings in that regard. The next slide will just go into the details where I can elaborate further. CEO. Yeah, so the NYDA, as mentioned, and we're very happy for this. We have acquired our 9 consecutive clean audits, and the opinion from the audit report does show that we didn't have any material findings. There were no findings in terms of compliance with legislation, and the audit report further states that the Auditor General did not identify any significant deficiencies within our internal controls. Management has also developed an audit action plan to address any audit findings reported by management during the audit. And what I can also assure the committee members is that with all the findings, majority of it were cleared during the audit, and those that were ongoing have an audit action plan, which the Audit Risk Committee has already mentioned, and we are working on it to ensure that the internal audit also is able to follow through and we are compliant. Thank you, Chair. I think that is the last slide. I hope I was audible, and apologies for any inconveniences. Thank you.
Chair, I'll hand over to Ms. Duma for the HR presentation.
Thank you, CEO, and good afternoon, honorable members. So if you can move to the next slide, CEO, we're looking at the organizational environment in terms of our staff complement. The number of positions that we had as at end of our financial year was sitting at 556. But you will notice, Chair, that in terms of the number of the positions that were filled, actually exceed the total number of positions that we have on the structure. So we had filled position up to a number of 661. A reason being, we will have projects like CWP. So that number where we said the 164 is positions that are not on the structure, but it's project-based. So it doesn't fall, we do not recognize them as per the structure because it's for special projects. But if you look at the total permanent or people that have contracts that are more than 5 years, it's a total of 463. And then if we break it down in terms of gender, we had 173 and male employees and 290 female employees. And then if we include interns, temps, and the special projects that we say, it's a total number of 263 males. And total employees in terms of females is 398. And then vacant positions that we had at that time was sitting at 93. And a recruitment that was in process was 31. And if you look at the vacancy rate, it had dropped to 9.5. And we're projecting it to drop again to 5.6, considering that there are recruitment that are on the way. If we can move to the next slide, CEO. Thank you. So we're looking at staff movement. CEO, can we move to the next slide? We're looking at staff movement as at end of financial year. We had 24 resignations. There was 1 dismissal, and there were 159 contract that expired. So the expiry of contract is the project that we were talking about, including CWP and temp positions or staff that were occupying contract positions that expired during that period. We had 2 retirements. So the total number of staff movement was sitting at 186. So we also do exit interviews when employees leave the organization, especially due to resignation, just for them to state the reason for leaving. So most of them will just highlight that they are moving because of career growth. Some will cite that the salary that we're paying as an organization, they've got a better offer in the market out there. So the one resignation, the one dismissal that we had, the reason was because of misconduct which relate to assault. Thanks, CEO. If you can move to the next slide. And the last slide is just the breakdown in terms of the gender. So if you look at top management and senior management, in terms of the percentage, we have more females sitting at 67%, and 33% is a representation of our male top and senior management. And then overall, as an organization, We have a total of 60.2% represented by female employees, and then 39.8% it's our male employees. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I'll hand over to the chairperson now to take you through her office here.
Thank you very much, CEO. And good afternoon once again to the honorable members. Can we go to the next slide? So, Chairperson, this next part of the presentations really look at the various programs and initiatives that we've had in the reporting year. Starting off with our Disability Career Expo, we partnered with Disability SA, wherein they hosted a career expo aimed at connecting differently abled learners with the various opportunities that exist for them. Next slide. Next slide, CEO. Thank you. We equally would have done or participated in the second BRICS International Youth Camp that took place in August last year. This initiative was driven by the Federal Youth Agency of the Russian Federation, which is our counterparts in Russia, that extended an invite to the NYDA as part of the implementation of the Summit Declaration of 2020. This particular summit roped in young people across the BRICS member states to participate in this exchange program, and my office was then able to take 7 young people across the country to participate in this particular program. Next slide. We equally, honorable members, would have noted that there would have been requests from the members of parliament. Oh, can we go? Yes, members of parliament to participate or assist them in their various constituency offices or constituencies rather. And one of the MPs that we worked with in my office was Honorable Putas Tseki in Katlehong. And this was a youth in action workshop that was aimed at tackling the unemployment rate by empowering the youth of the Catharas region.
The program was hijacked. This program.
Can I not comment on that, Chairperson? But those are the outcomes of that particular program. Next slide, please. While the slide is loading, my office, thank you very much, would have also convened or organized an event that was coined around Women of Firsts. Basically, it was an initiative that allowed me to locate women that have been firsts, in inverted commas, in their respective fields. And the aim or the outcomes of this particular program was for those women to pledge their solidarity and pledge their support to working with the office going forward across various sectors, your youth formation, civil society, government, and the likes. Next slide, please. The next slide just looks at what the objectives of the Women of First initiative is. Next slide. And honorable members, we would have hosted a Christmas lunch for survivors of gender-based violence. This was in partnership with the Minister of Social Development, wherein we identified an NGO that deals with victims or survivors rather of gender-based violence, and it was an upliftment program that is aimed at those particular survivors. Next slide, please. We also hosted a National Youth Service session with Minister Lindiwe Zulu, And the aim of this was to engage South African youth that are involved in community service activities so that they're able to strengthen service delivery, or rather, through the work that they're doing, they're able to strengthen service delivery, promote nation building, foster social cohesion, and assist young persons to be able to acquire occupational skills. Next slide, please. We equally hosted various back-to-school outreach programs in the various provinces that are outlined there. We were in Free State, the Gauteng province, as well as the Western Cape. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then the next parts of the slides will just look at the work that we intend on following up going forward. Earlier on, honorable members, I would have spoken about the work that we are doing with various members of parliament. And one of the programs that we hosted was in Sterkspreid with Honorable Uluyolo Mpiti, who was part of this portfolio committee. And really this emanated from the need to empower young people in that constituency, given the fact that they don't have access to, or limited access rather, to the opportunities, and that born out of the fact that this particular constituency has high levels of youth unemployment. I believe the statistics are higher than the national statistics. So the idea really came out of that particular partnership with the honorable member. Next slide, please. This is more information on this particular program. Next slide, please. We also hosted a Women in Sports tournament in partnership with the Honorable Nompendulo Mkhatshwa. So the program was in twofold. The first part was through hosting a netball tournament in Honorable Nompendulo's constituency in Sophia Town, wherein we invited 6 schools to participate in the school. And what came out of that program was through our engagements with the Premier's office. Initially, what we had envisioned that we would take the winning school to watch the Netball World Cup that took place in Cape Town. However, the Premier was then able to commit to ensuring that all the girls partake in the journey to watching the Netball World Cup. And the next slide, please, CEO. The next slide, while it's still loading, looks at what we were then able to do for the young girls through the office of the Premier. We were able to ensure that the girls visit Parliament and have a tour of Parliament. They were also able to visit Sutherland for a stargazing session. They visited the Kalk Bay by train. They were able to set up a fan park for them to stream some of the games that South Africa was playing in, as well as they visit to the CICC for the Jamaica and South Africa game. They were able to physically watch that particular game. Next slide, please. Also, honorable members, I have started an executive mentorship program, and in August this year, we were graduating some of the mentees rather, that would have undergone this particular program. And it was through collaborative efforts that this particular cohort was able to graduate. And then next slide then just highlights the second cohort of the mentorship program. We initially started with 9 young girls across the country, but this cohort comprises of 18. We've doubled the number. And these young girls specialize in various sectors, including mining, engineering, supply and delivery, as well as having a young girl who is differently abled as part of our mission of ensuring that we are able to assist young people who are differently abled. Next slide, please. Also, honorable members, as part of the inputs that the honorable members made in respect of the NYDA work in the creative sector, with the understanding that that's the sector that young people are actively involved in. My office would have also organized a summit that took place in Mafikeng at a venue called the Mabana Arts Center, wherein we were able to rope in current young people that are in the creative sector. We had the likes of your Cornette Mama Bolo, who is a young entrepreneur and an actor as well as other sector specialists to be able to impart knowledge to young people in the area. But coming out of that particular initiative will be follow-up programs in the form of having an MOU with the Mabana Arts Center, as well as ensuring that we capacitate young people in the creative arts with financial literacy, and many other follow-up programs that we envision through a partnership with the Mabana Arts Center. Next slide, please. So those are just pictures of the event. Next slide. More pictures of the event. And then, as indicated in my opening remarks, honorable members, we would have also participated in the BRICS summit that took place in August, wherein the heads of state endorsed our proposal for the establishment of the BRICS Youth Council. Next slide, please. We've equally then begun a process of establishing continuing with partnerships that are aimed at ensuring that work continues, particularly in the rural areas. We currently have a partnership with an NGO that's called Sakulucha Africa, and they will be hosting rugby clinics, given that we are in the rugby season right now. And the main aim of this is they've identified the Chris Hani district, or the Chris Hani district is in the Eastern Cape, and 6 schools have been identified wherein these rugby clinics will be rolled out, as well as a way of capacitating and harnessing the young talent that would ordinarily not be given the opportunity or the necessary exposure, given the fact that the schools and the areas, in fact, are rural in nature and do not necessarily have the assistance as well as the exposure that your urban schools and urban communities would have access to. Next slide, please. And lastly would be the idea that we would want to capacitate young people that are operating in the cooperative sector. And it is through that we will be hosting a cooperative summit, wherein we will encourage young people who are in the cooperative sector to pitch their ideas. We are looking at partnering with the Department of Small Business on this, social development, wherein the young people will pitch their ideas, and through the assistance or the partnership that we'll have with social development will then be the winning pitch, will then be afforded an opportunity to access the products and services that your small business, your social development offers. Next slide, please. And lastly, honorable members, would be hosting young women in the mining and construction sector, given the immense contribution that these particular sectors play, and the fact that young women specifically are by and large not represented in that sector. So this is also a planned project that we envision in the year 2024, so that we're able then to link young women with the opportunities that exist in that particular sector. Thank you very much, honorable members. Apologies. The last slide or the last few slides look at the programs that we've had in the areas of addressing gender-based violence and femicide. And the aim of the program that we envision will be to ensure that we assist young people, particularly in the rural areas, on the issues of GBV, gender-based violence and femicide. And this is a follow-up from the engagements that we had in Sterkspread, where it was identified from the data that Sterkspread has large incidences of gender-based violence, of teenage pregnancy, and the cultural practice called ukuthwalwa, where young women are under the age of 18 are then, I would say, sold by their families to older men, and those older men then enter into marriage with these young women. The practice there is called ukuthwala, basically. So we are looking at having a follow-up program in this current shape. Next slide, please.
Chairperson, I think you need to link with the CGE with regards to that program of ukuthwala and so forth. They were having a program on that. Link with them so that you can share information with them, and they will assist you, because they've been doing that program for a very long time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I've just made a note of that. Thank you for that. Then Honorable Members looks at the programs that will focus on young people and youth that are differently abled, by allowing or affording opportunities in the agricultural space. So this particular program will look at empowering youth who are differently abled with the opportunities in the agricultural sector. Next slide, please.
No, this one.
Next slide, CEO.
This one
Okay.
within agriculture. I think what you need to tell us as NYDA is a progress on young people who are farming hemp or cannabis, because there was a time where, as the portfolio committee, we encouraged NYDA to work with young people in the Eastern Cape who were farming hemp, if not cannabis. Yeah, I think we expect you to give us a progress report on that also.
Yes, Honorable Member. I believe that the presentation will touch on the work that we have done in the space of cannabis. We are currently looking at a partnership. In fact, we do have a partnership with a TVET college in the Cape, wherein we will establish, or the college rather is in the process of establishing a curriculum aimed at educating young people on the opportunities that exist within the cannabis space. And so the partnership is currently underway in that regard, Honorable Member. Then the next part looks at the areas of cost saving, given the environment that we are operating in. And as part of our collaboration and expanding the lobbying that we are doing is an appreciation that, one, government does not necessarily have an unlimited supply of resources. And so we have done work with your private sector, as the presentation of the CEO, as well as looking at the embassies, so that we're able to see how best we can establish collaboration and partnerships in order to cut down the cost of implementing projects. So work is underway with the current embassies so that we're able then to establish the necessary partnerships and MOUs with them. Next slide, please. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will then hand over to the Executive Deputy Chairperson to take us through her parts of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and let me greet the honourable members of Parliament, as well as the Deputy Minister and colleagues that are on the platform. I'm going to be taking the honourable members through the report of the Office of the Deputy Chairperson. Through you, Chair, if you can just please allow me just to summarize overall as we go through the presentation, as the slides are a bit lengthy, but I will try to cover as much information as possible so that I do not leave anything out. In the year 2022-2023, we have been having a heavy focus in our office in terms of looking at investments and partnerships. This was in lieu to ensure that there is some coordination in terms of the work that we do holistically, not only in the NYDA, but as well as government, to ensure that we bring on critical stakeholders to contribute to the work that the NYDA does. One of the fundamental areas that we focused on was to host our inaugural investment roundtable that brought different stakeholders on board to make commitments towards youth development, as well as to ensure that there is a memorandum of understanding that is signed together with the NYDA between the Mpumalanga and Limpopo offices of the Premier, as well as the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. We can confirm, Chair, that all of these memorandums of understanding have been signed. The one for the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller was to the tune of 60 million rand. That is going to be a co-funding initiative between the NYDA and the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller to ensure that there is a larger pool of funding that is set aside for young people who are entrepreneurs within the Gauteng province. We can move to the next page. The overall work that the Office of the Deputy Chair does is to lobby for there to be investments and set-asides within different government departments, as well as the private sector. We hosted our inaugural investment roundtable with an intention to speak to the crisis of youth unemployment in the country and to ensure that there is uninterrupted attention that is put towards us resolving some of the challenges that young people face. And the investment roundtable was initially designed just for that purpose. It was a simulation that was taken from the Presidential Investment Conference that is hosted every year. And this one in particular was focusing just on youth development initiatives. We attended a conference that was led by the Honorable Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, that took place in Madrid, Spain. That was to discuss trade relations, and the role of the NYDA in particular was to ensure that we speak to their being set aside on the international trade table for young people who would want to have their products exported to different markets in the world. And that particular conversation focused on Spain as a critical trade partner. The next area will be focusing on investments. Can we go to the next page as well? We co-hosted the SADC Youth Forum in collaboration with the individuals that are leading the SADC Youth Forum. This focused particularly on climate action, and we brought together young people from the region to engage on critical areas of intervention in terms of the work that young people holistically should be doing in the SADC region around climate action work. This type of meeting is hosted ahead of the SADC Heads of States meeting that rotates across the region. So South Africa hosted the 4th SADC Youth Forum, and some of the interventions that were put forth were those that were discussed at the Heads of State and Government Summit that took place in the DRC. Next page, please. We attended as well the 6th annual SADC Industrialization Week. This as well focused on the work that is done in the SADC region. This particular work was looking at trade in the industrial area and how there can be cooperation in ensuring that there is some ease of doing business in the SADC region, and how we can be able to ensure that still young people do play an active role in trade in the region. We hosted an inaugural Singapore-South Africa Youth Dialogue to create a platform for there to be cross-pollination between young people in South Africa and young people in Singapore. We can be able to report, Chair, that just recently this particular dialogue bared fruits when we took 3 young people to travel to Singapore to be able to meet different investors in Singapore that can be able to invest in their businesses. We can move to the next slide. We participated extensively, Chair, in the aerospace and defense exhibition that took place in Tshwane. This is an event that takes place every 2 years in the city of Tshwane and is hosted really to drive attention on some of the critical careers and work that is done in aerospace and defense. This brought an opportunity for the NYDA to be able to engage with over 10,000 young learners in the expo and just speak to them about the service offerings that the NYDA does. But also the NYDA was able to ensure that it gives young people who are in science and mathematics study guides. We collaborated with the MICTA embassies, that is Mexico, Indonesia, South Korea, Turkey, and Australia, on a business training for young people. This business training took place over a period of a week. They were trained on different areas: e-commerce, digitization, social media, and how they can be able to enhance their service offering and their businesses in this current space that we find ourselves in that is extremely digitized. We can go to the next page. Because South Africa was to host the BRICS chairship in 2024, some of the work that we did was heavily focused on bringing uninterrupted attention to the importance of multilateral platforms, in particular BRICS, and we thought it best for us to be able to collaborate with the South African BRICS Youth Association, as well as the Durban University of Technology, to host the BRICS Summer School in November last year that paid attention to different topics and train young people to be able to understand the landscape of multilateral platforms and the critical role that they can be able to play. This particular school focused on climate change, the reform of multilateral platforms, as well as the role of the new development bank. We also hosted, in collaboration with the South African BRICS Youth Association at the Tshwane University of Technology, the SA BRICS Youth Innovation Summit. This was a platform created for young innovators to be able to present some of their innovations, and us creating a platform for there to be investors to directly invest in some of their innovations, so that there could be some commercialization that comes out of the innovations of young people. We can move to the next slide. The next slide just reflects a high-level summary of the external engagements that we would have had. Most of these engagements, Chair, that we would have had would have actually led to some of the physical and practical interventions that we would have held. One of the key meetings that we had was with the South African Aerospace and Maritime Defense Industries Association. This is an industry that ensures that there is some accessibility and inclusivity in terms of export opportunities for SMMEs in the aerospace and defense industry. And the work that they do is really to ensure that they assist SMMEs to be industry ready, and that the type of products that they produce can be ones that are accepted within the industry. So Our role here was to actually have a discussion around how we can be able to ensure that young people who are in the aerospace and defense industry, who are in manufacturing and play a critical role in manufacturing some of the critical components that are used in the industry, can be able to be supported to ensure that their products are ready and approved by the industry. We then had technical visits to look at some of the work that is done in the industry. We had a technical visit with Lenton Engineering, with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. We also had a technical visit with New Space Systems. All of these companies exist in the maritime and defense industries, and they are in different areas, software. They also produce components that are used in the production of defense products. We had an engagement with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, some of the JSE listed companies that are working on the United Nations Global Compact. The board had decided that there is a need for the NYDA to not be inward looking in as so far as how we bring partners on board. If you would have noted in our report, a lot of the money and partnerships that we have actually come from the public sector. So there was a call by the board for us to be able to ensure that we branch out, and this engagement with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange served as a basis for us to be able to see how we can engage industry to play a meaningful role towards contributing to youth development priorities in South Africa. We can move to the next item, which is the meeting with the Gauteng Economic Development Department. This was the MOU that we reflected on to the tune of 60 million rand that would give young people access to blended financing. So what we then realized together with the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller is that the funds that we provide as the NYDA sometimes are not sufficient for young people to be able to sustain their businesses within a long term. So the partnership will ensure that it increases the pool of funding so young people can have access to a blended financing instrument up to the tune of 1 million rand. But these are only for young people who are in the Gauteng province. We're going to be looking at a similar model to integrate in different provinces as well, so that we can be able to increase the funding pool that young people can have access to support their businesses. We had a meeting with the South African High Commission that would have given birth to the trade exchange program that we had recently. We also had an engagement with Brazil stakeholders that would have also given birth to a special project that we would be speaking on under special projects. With Digital Council, we did work in recruiting around 25 young people to form part of a digital program that they would have designed in the Gauteng province. This was in collaboration with Mesita. The training took place for between 3 to 6 months, and it ensured that there is some work that is being done in the digital space, that young people get the necessary skills to be able to interact and also play a critical role in the digital economy. Next slide, please. We participated in the second presidential summit on GBVNF, and we're also exhibitors at the summit. We found it very important for the NYDA to play a critical role in GBVF work, and for us to be able to create networks so that we can be able to support different work that is done by different NGOs. Together with Ms. Molebohang Molaisi, we attended the United Nations COP27 conference. This focuses on climate change and climate work and how young people can be able to play an active role in some mitigation strategies and ensuring that nobody is left behind in the work that is done around climate action. We also participated in the Pan-African Youth Forum, which was around breaking the barriers to meaningful youth participation and inclusion in advocacy. The Premier of the Eastern Cape, Honorable Lubabalo Mabuyani, hosted the Eastern Cape Investment Conference, which we participated in, also to try and ensure that there is some lobby and advocacy work that is done for young people in the Eastern Cape province to have a share and set asides in the development that is done in the Eastern Cape. We hosted a meeting with the former Vice President of the Gambia, Her Excellency Dr. Isato Tore. This was in view for us to be able to ensure that we strengthen the work that we have to do around the African Continental Free Trade area and how we can be able to ensure that we open up spaces and markets for young people in different parts of the African continent. We can confirm that Her Excellency did visit South Africa to participate in our second investment round table. We can move to the next slide. We participated in a discussion with the Durban University of Technology. Some of the areas that we have noted is that there is a high demand of nurses internationally, and the Durban University of Technology has designed a program that takes young people from the DUT and integrates them in different universities, but also in different economies for employment opportunities outside of South Africa. So this meeting essentially was for us to be able to understand how that program is designed, because we believe that we can also be able to play a critical role in ensuring that there is some linkage between young people who are nurses in South Africa to different markets where there is a need for the nursing profession. We had conversations with Property Point around the work that they do and how we can be able.
Deputy Chair?
Yes, Chair.
What we want to hear from you after understanding, after that meeting with the university, so what is the way forward? Because we don't want you to have an understanding and you don't come up with a plan on what are you going to do as one NYDA.
Thank you very much, Chair. Because the meeting took place on the 6th of October in 2022, that progress will be in this particular annual, this new annual performance plan report. But we can just be able to confirm, Chair, that we have been in the process of designing a similar program. And as soon as we have gotten the relevant stakeholders on board for this particular exchange program, we'll definitely report on it, Chair. But there is progress in terms of the work that we do. I think the understanding for us with DUT was for us to see how they had designed it so that as and when the NYDA designs a similar project, it's not as difficult as starting it from scratch, because there are institutions that are already doing the work. But the work is in the pipeline, and we can confirm that we'll definitely be able to report on how far we are in terms of sourcing funding and the different partners to be able to absorb young people who are in the nursing profession. We had engagements with Property Point around the programs that they do there in the built environment sector. We're in the process of finalizing our memorandum of understanding. They're going to be training young people in the built environment sector on how they can be industry ready and ensure that the type of products that they produce can be acceptable within the industry. With the Competition Commission, one of the challenges that young people have been raising with the NYDA is that they've not been able to have sufficient access to different markets because of gatekeeping. So we had an engagement with the Competition Commission to be able to see how we can be able to break some of those barriers and ensure that there is some accessibility in terms of markets for young people who are in business. We had an engagement with the Human Resource Development Council Secretariat to discuss on a program that we're going to be rolling out around ICT for young people who are neither in education, employment, or training. The next area, Chair, will be focusing on our special projects. This speaks to the areas that the board would have identified as critical areas that we need to be able to close the gap. So one of the critical feedback that we have been receiving is that the NYDA does not have a large pool of service offerings because we're more concentrated on certain areas because of the budget constraints that we have. So the board then decided that there should be special projects that try to bridge the gap in terms of our service offerings. We can go to the next slide and move again to the next slide. So in this particular area, we're just reporting on some of the special projects that we have designed and implemented on behalf of the NYDA board and some of the impact that they would have had. The next slide, please. The very first project, Chair, is to report on the University of Sao Paulo Agricultural Summer School, which was designed in collaboration with the University of Sao Paulo. We took 4 young South Africans to participate in a 2-week-long training that took place in Brazil that focused on a production system in the Brazil area, and they were able to learn on the latest innovation and technologies that the Brazilian economy employs to be able to ensure that there is no waste in how they produce some of the goods that they have. We selected 4 young people. We've just listed them because the 4 young people also have good stories to tell from the work that we would have done. The first would have been Miss Bridget Mkondo from Limpopo. She's in horticulture crop production, but upon return, Ms. Mukondo, through the assistance of the NYDA, was able to have access to land from the tribal authority, in which she's going to be expanding her farming project, and she intends to become a commercial farmer. The second was Mr. Dimpo Klaba, who's from the Northwest, holds a master's in agriculture, but is also a PhD student. He, upon return, through the assistance of the NYDA, applied to have access to a land, and the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development gave him a 30-year lease. We can confirm that he recently had his first harvest now in October. The third is Miss Natalie van Wyk, who is 33 years old. She's from the Northern Cape and majored in animal science from Stellenbosch University. We can confirm that Miss Natalie is going to be going abroad to further her studies. She has received a scholarship to further her studies. The last candidate was Mr. Homoto Ranchu, who's from the Free State, was a 24-year-old who holds a national diploma in agricultural management from the Central University of Technology. Upon return, Mr. Ranchu has been providing workshops to teach emerging farmers on different techniques on how they can be able to grow and develop the farming projects that they have. We can move to the next page. We hosted a technical visit to Hansol Optronics. This technical visit was to expose young people to the different careers that exist in maritime and defense. And South Africa being home to some of the most cutting-edge technology, we then decided that we need to be able to bring young people who are in the engineering and science area to be able to see some of the work that is done. This work focused on young people, particularly based in townships, as well as TVET colleges. In response to the floods that took place in KwaZulu-Natal, we hosted a pad drive, but that also spoke to the program led by the National Youth Service that speaks around food security, One School, One Garden, where we ensured that each and every community that we engage with, we then are able to start a gardening project to be able to respond to the question of food insecurity. We can move to the next page. We introduced what we call is a stay-lit session. This is an information sharing session on all of our NYDA social media platforms. We present opportunities that we come across to young people. So the session is more about us saying, here is an opportunity, this is how you can be able to access it, and this is where you should start in order for you to be able to access those opportunities. The very first session that we had was on international scholarships in collaboration with the Higher Education and Training Department. They presented on the Mauritius Africa Scholarship Scheme, and the Embassy of Turkey presented on the Turkey International Scholarship. Under the Turkey International Scholarship, we can confirm that about 17 young people, through the assistance of the NYDA, were selected to go study in Turkey and are currently in Turkey studying qualifications of their choice. We can move to the next slide. We hosted a Women's Day hike that's focused on mental health. And this particular hike brought together different experts within the field. We had an industrial and clinical psychologist, as well as a people's analytics manager, where women could be able to walk and speak at the same time around some of the mental health issues that they face, not only in the workplace, but also in the household. With NEMISA, we collaborated to have a training that was hosted on digital entrepreneurship. 150 young people were trained in this particular program, and these were targeting SMMEs in various provinces across South Africa. We can move to the next program. We collaborated with the SABC to have a discussion on GBF on television. This was hosted on the Expressions show in commemoration of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. As part of the work that we do around food security, we collaborated with Novo Nordisk on the food garden project that they hosted. But this one was more critical because it focused on diabetes and raising awareness around how patients can be able to have access to healthier foods and what is it that they can be able to do to ensure that in their daily lives, they take care of their health. The last 3 projects that were hosted in the office were around Stay Lit as well. And these were information sharing sessions that the first one spoke to a roadmap for matriculants as well as the Second Chance program. We had a session to prepare young people to be ready for the new academic year. This was hosted earlier in January. We had different stakeholders also speaking to young people who did not have an opportunity to either complete matric, or their matric results were not so good that they could not have access to institutions of higher learning, on some of the interventions that government has put in place to ensure that it supports them in the work that they do. We had an International Day of Women and Girls in Science commemoration dialogue that highlighted the opportunities that exist in science, technology, and innovation. The very last session that we hosted was around the cannabis industry and how young people can be able to access the industry, but also what are some of the requirements to be able to access the industry. Next slide, please. The office hosts what we term open office. This is what we call the open door policy, where we get to engage with the young people on an individual basis. They get to share their challenges that they have with us in terms of the NYDA services, and we see how we can be able to immediately, within a shorter space of time, resolve some of the service delivery challenges that they have, but also speak to us about around some of the ideas that they have that they believe the NYDA can be able to contribute to. On average, we have 2 open offices a month where we have different interactions with young people on an individual basis so that we can be able to try and resolve some of the challenges that they have. The next 2 slides, Chair, I'll just briskly go through them without going into detail. They're external engagements that we would have attended. It would have been SABC Expressions when they commemorated the International Day of a Girl Child. We attended TUT Entrepreneurial 5-part seminars, as well as bringing different stakeholders on board to support the work that the NYDA does. So we just listed some of these interventions so that the honorable members can be able to see that the engagements that we actually have do feed in to the overall work that the board does through my office. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to present.
Chair, we are nearing the end of our presentation. The company secretary will just take us through the board of directors report.
Thank you, CEO. Good day to the honorable members and the chairperson of the committee. I'll just give an overview of the work that the board has conducted during the previous financial year, highlighting most of the corporate governance requirements and the oversight work that was required for the board to implement as per their board charter. We can move to the next slide. Thank you. Chair, as per the committee charter, it is required that the NYDA board appoints the committees according to Section 12 of the NYDA Act. So these are the board committees that are required in terms of the Act, and how we devised the committees was to ensure that we place members according to the diversity of their skills, their knowledge, and their experiences, so that the committees can be a functional support to the board, and they can be able to provide the necessary recommendations to ensure that the work that is being done within these committees through the board are actioned accordingly, Chair. Next slide. Then on this slide, Chair, is just the oversight responsibilities of the board. So in terms of the board charter, the board is required to achieve certain activities to ensure that they are complying with the requirement that they're supposed to do, that they are abiding to the mandate that they've been assigned to do. So in the first one, Chair, where they review and approve the audited annual financial statements, the role that they do there is to ensure that whatever budget allocations that are there or whatever financial support that is there, it's done according to the plans that the organization has already approved at the beginning of the year, that there is no misuse of funds, and that even when they present the annual financial statements is in accordance to Treasury regulations. The second item, where they audit the annual performance information, Chair, that is where they are able to advocate to management to say, apart from reaching the targets that have been set in terms of performance, go above and beyond what you can do, which is why, Chair, when you look at the presentation that was done by Mr. Mbango, you will see that majority of the targets that were set were achieved and exceeded. And that is where the board comes in to ensure that they advocate for programs that will impact young people, and they are able to do as much as they can to be able to have tangible results in the work that they do. Then the third item, Chair, was in relation to the Auditor General report that we received, and which again, Chair, it was shown that the organization was able to get a clean audit, and that is where the work of the board comes in doing the oversight role in ensuring that whatever that is being implemented within the organization, irrespective of the challenges that they might have, that they still need to pass their audit, that everything is still done according to the regulations, and that there is no lacking of compliance, and everything is done according to the laws that are set within the agency. So I will skip the other ones, Chair, and just highlight the most important part, which was in regard to making sure that there are proper people placed in proper positions so that they can be able to do the work that the agency is supposed to do. So the board was able to appoint, Chair, within the term, the the ICT specialist and the HR specialist to sit in the committees so that they can be able to advise and provide support to the board in areas that they might not have expertise in. For example, in the ICT space, when we were migrating to the ERP system, then the work of the ICT specialist will be to advise the board on the do's and don'ts in terms of the ISO regulations. So that is the work that they have assisted the board with. They were also able to appoint the Audit and Risk Chairperson, as well as the company secretary in line with the PFMA and the board charter, and as well as making sure that key positions are filled, Chair, so that we don't utilize external services. So they were able to appoint the chief as the CFO, the legal manager, the risk manager, and the ICT manager. And just to remind the board, the committee as well, Chair, if you remember in the previous sessions, there was a concern that was raised in terms of the amounts that we spend on legal services. So the role of the legal manager has shown improvement, because even the money that was utilized to do legal services has reduced a lot through the work of the legal manager. And Chair, as well as the board had approved their strategic plan, and just to highlight the three following strategies that were part of the board strategy, which was the investment strategy, the communication strategy, and the customer service strategy. Just to highlight the activities that led to these strategies, Chair, it was in response to the challenges that were identified and by young people in terms of the work that the organization is doing, and as well as some of the challenges that the committee members had highlighted, especially when it comes to the visibility of the work that the organization is doing, the visibility of the services that we provide through to young people, wherein the committee had raised challenges that young people are not able to see the organization, and young people are not able to access the organization. So part of the communication strategy and the customer service strategy was to cover those challenges that were identified, which the results that came out of this communication strategy was to change the look of the social media content that we provide to young people, to make it relevant to young people, to make it more informative, and so that young people can also know what are the opportunities that are available, not only within the NYDA, but throughout the other stakeholders in the public and private sector. And we have seen traction in terms of engagements from young people. And again, Chair, from the customer service strategy, wherein young people as well as the portfolio committee had raised that there are challenges in responding to young people on our social media platforms. So we have, Chair, devised this strategy so that we can respond to those challenges. And we are seeing a change in terms of the response time that we have in engaging young people and the questions that they have on different social media platforms, as well as the customer service unit is now doing also road shows, Chair, and also doing information sessions in areas that are remote, wherein young people are not able to either have access to data to access the information that is on social media. So the customer service unit will go to such places whereby they will engage with the young people, and they also ensure that they become part of activities that are happening within the areas, so that the young people can see the NYDA and they can be able to interact with it. I will skip we can go to the next slide, CEO. So, Chair, I will not touch on the board activities because they were presented multiple times within the portfolio committees, because these are some of the reports that we brought through when we were presenting on a quarterly basis. I move on to the next slide, CEO. And the next slide, please. The last one. So here, Chair, I will just highlight some of the achievements that the board was able to achieve within the previous financial year, wherein, like we spoken before, we received the 9th consecutive clean audit from the AG. The NYDA was also awarded an award from the Further Awards as the most inclusive organization in the public sector. We also, Chair, were able to write off all the loans that young people had with the NYDA, wherein the startup capital that they used to start businesses was still outstanding. So the board was able to write off all those loans, meaning that there are no young people that are owing the organization from this financial year going forth. The NYDA board also assisted in hosting the Nelson Mandela Youth Dialogue, wherein it was successful, and we also received confirmation from the presidency that this will be an annual event based on the success rate that was shown. And again, Chair, the board has also advocated that targets be increased. That is why we are seeing that they were more partnerships that were made with the private sector. There were more partnerships that were made with different sectors, especially also even in the ICT sector, Chair, whereby we were able to acquire 3 partnerships with technology companies to assist young people with their roles. And as well, the NYDA hosted the IYDS Summit, just to have different stakeholders in private and public sector in one space, whereby they can engage on the work that they can do to assist young people within the country, Chair. And I will end there and hand over to the CEO. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. We're almost at the end of our presentation. I just want to touch on some of the key projects that the portfolio committee would have identified for us. So in relation to cannabis, there are 2 cannabis projects that have been started, one in the Eastern Cape with the Small Enterprise Development Agency, and the other one with Ingwe TVET College. This intends to build a cannabis facility, play a significant role in terms of education, training, and research on cannabis, and further contribute in stimulating the growth of the cannabis economy. The college has obtained a cannabis license, offtake agreements with national and international business, and forged partnerships with different stakeholders. We are also in the process of concluding a medicinal cannabis skills program for young people, which we intend to open in the Vaal in November. We will certainly invite the portfolio committee to that project, and when the PC does oversight, I think it would be great to do oversight on some of these cannabis projects that are already underway. I know Port St. John's has also been identified as a critical area for development. We had an engagement with the mayor to discuss interventions. The area is very rural and it has minimal opportunities, but there is massive potential in tourism as well as the maritime sector. We've connected the municipality with one of our partners, the South African International Maritime Institute, which will do training for young people in the general communities of Port St. John's. We are in discussions with the municipal manager on skills training on manufacturing and carpentry and other technical skills. We've also done our business management, life skills, and work readiness training. We are planning on having a career expo in the province, and Port St. John's is earmarked to be one of the municipalities that will host the NYDA Career Expo. And in the month of March, together with social development, we dealt with psychosocial support as well as behavioral change programs for young people. In terms of the BRR, the committee has asked us to align with the 4th Industrial Revolution. Of course, now with SAYouth.mobi, we are working in a fully digitized way with young people. In basic and higher education, we're monitoring the progress of curriculum reform to adjust to the 4th Industrial Revolution. In terms of measuring the impact of our programs, we've provided the committee with 4 evaluation reports on our products and services. The evaluation on the National Youth Service Phase 1 is almost at conclusion. We've given final comments on it, and we will present that to the committee in our next sitting. We In regards to homelessness or young people who are living in shelters, I think the most recent census provided a critical amount of data in terms of the number of South Africans who live in formal dwellings, who live in informal dwellings, and those that are homeless. We are working with the metros through our youth service and our social employment programs on supporting young people who may find themselves living without a home. In terms of market linkages, I'm happy to say that we, through our partners in the youth entrepreneurship ecosystem, which includes the Small Enterprise Development Agency and the small Department of Small Business Development, we really are accelerating the market linkages program, supporting beneficiaries of government in accessing the value chains of large retailers and large corporates through the enterprise supplier development programs. Especially now, we are also working closely with the Department of Agriculture in terms of the shortage of eggs. We have funded so many poultry farmers as government, and we are utilizing, we should never waste a crisis. Yeah? So we're utilizing this opportunity to try and facilitate that young poultry farmers have market access through the current shortage to be able to transfer their products to large retailers. In terms of our jobs program, we are moving beyond just accepting CVs. And what we find is that more and more in our jobs program is that there is a latent amount of jobs in the economy. What is important is that we look at what the demand is and we respond to what employers are telling us about the demand, as well as filling skills gaps that may exist. In terms of rural areas, we continue to market ourselves through community radio and outreach programs, as well as collaborations with local municipalities. Of course, challenges experienced by businesses, we are strengthening our aftercare program to support beneficiaries even beyond 2 years. And we are reforming our mentorship program, focusing on the quality as well as the rating of our mentors. Chairperson, with that, that brings us then to the close of the presentation on the annual report. I'll hand back to you, Chair, and we are happy to start taking questions on the presentation.
CEO, you are done.
Yes, Chair, we've concluded.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, CEO, and all your presenters. Thank you very much. Let me get note hands from for honorable members. I see Honorable Masondo, Honorable Opperman, Honorable Masiko. I don't see other hands.
Honorable Stang was.
Sorry?
No, Honorable Sonji, Chair.
Okay. Honorable
Sure.
Mamsoti. Honorable Masondo, Opperman, Masiko, and Honorable Sonti.
Chairperson, my hand is also up. Go back to the hands we have raised. We have delayed. Sorry.
Sorry?
Check your gadget. I think we have raised later when you have checked. We are many. Recheck, Chair.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, one. Honorable Masondo, Honorable Opperman, Honorable Masiko, Honorable Mamsonti, Honorable Flongo, Honorable Piri, Honorable Boni, Honorable Sheriff. Oh, no, Mamfengwa. In that order, honorable members. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Afternoon, honorable members and NYDA and our officials. Yeah, I just have a few questions, Chair, here, and I would like to start by welcoming the reports as they are. We are very glad that we do have sufficient information gathered in the reports. What is the NYDA's assessment of government's progress with regards to MTSF priorities, SDGs, and Agenda 2063 is concerned as the sixth administration is nearing the end? What are the key challenges? What should be prioritized for the seventh administration? What progress has the NYDA made in achieving its overall goals as outlined in its strategic plan? What were the key outcomes of the Nelson Mandela Youth Dialogue? How many young people attended? What does the NYDA contribute to the success of its partnership with the private sector and SETAs? What were the key outcomes of the IYDS Summit? What are the key challenges identified by the board to the year under review? What have been the key lessons learned? What will the board be doing differently, if anything, for next financial year? How are board members managing their time between contributing towards the goals of the NYDA versus their own personal initiative outside of the organization? How is the contribution of each board member assessed quarterly and annually? Has the NYDA been able to offer non-financial business development intervention for the beneficiaries in the department's sanitary dignity program? How many young people were assisted in 2022-2023 financial year? How many youth with disabilities benefited from the non-financial business development interventions in 2022-2023? What has led to the success in exceeding the target for capacitating 83,923 with skills? What have the youth said about the skills they acquired? Of the 83,923 youth that were skilled, how many have been able to secure work opportunities? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Opperman.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm going to focus only on youth employment and youth homelessness, Chairperson. The country currently has 3.4 million youth between the ages of 15 and 24 reported not in employment, education, or training. So compared to the 15,434 actual jobs created by NYDA, it is a drop in the bucket. I'd like to know how many youth secured jobs or permanent work opportunities after being capacitated by NYDA's life skills job preparedness training, and hardest hit by need or not being in employment, education, or training are young Black females, and it's standing at a rate of 88.4%. Do we need to have a program in place to address this, since there's been no meaningful change noticeable since 2022 for young Black females? It is also worrying, Chairperson, that there is an increase in youth with some form of tertiary education that is unemployed. Do need to have plans in place to mitigate this, especially in Northwest and Mpumalanga that have the highest incidence of youth unemployment currently? And have you seen an improvement in youth searching for employment? If not, what strategies are in place to assist the youth? And what are the reasons for the low uptake by government departments to implement the National Youth Service only 20 government departments came to the party? And are there any ways to enforce compliance? Then in KZN, the partnership with Department Public Works was very impressive. Will this be replicated in other provinces now? And what was the lasting impact that this partnership had on youth employment in KZN? And my last question is around youth homelessness. Our predicament is that South Africa does not have a national strategy nor a department dedicated to addressing homelessness. And we have no official census existing on youth homelessness. So does NYDA have any programs or collaborations with local municipalities in place to address this crisis? If yes, when will your program be implemented and where will it be rolled out first? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to your good self, Honorable members, and the NYDA and the Department Deputy Minister, if they're still in the platform. Honorable Chairperson, I must join the honorable members in welcoming the presentation. I think, Chairperson, it does really become a breath of fresh air when the NYDA presents itself before the Portfolio Committee. We do understand that young people in South Africa are facing challenges in terms of employment and all other challenges that they are facing. And the NYDA, with the little budget that it receives, Honorable Chairperson, it is doing quite a lot. And I know that ours is to continuously advocate for additional budget so that the NYDA is able to reach all the young people across the country, be it in rural areas or in urban areas, in our townships as well as in our universities. And even as Honorable Member Opperman has said, we do have a number of young people who are living and working on the streets, and those are the cohort of young people that we should not be leaving behind. I must also, Chairperson, commend the board for the work that they are doing and also the activities that have been presented to us, Honorable Chairperson, really through the Office of the Executive Chairperson and the Deputy Chairperson, who are also our women at the forefront of this organization, Chairperson. I think, and all other board members, we must commend the work that is done. I must also welcome the hosting of the Nelson Mandela Youth Dialogue. I know that it was publicized. I remember, I think it was in the Eastern Cape, Chairperson, that they were doing as well together with the Office of the Minister, who had also attended, Chairperson. We must appreciate those. And also we saw that there was the 14th Feather Awards, which the NYDA received an award for the most inclusive organization in the public sector. These are things, Chairperson, that as much as sometimes as this oversighting body, which is the Portfolio Committee, we always check for gray areas and also some challenges, but also we must commend the good work when it's done, Chairperson, and we must encourage that they must always be in pursuit of doing the best, because the young people out there are looking up for to them for assistance and interventions. One would also, Chairperson, in terms of the Nelson Mandela Youth Dialogue, and I know that Honorable Member Masondo has asked about it. But in terms of reach, it's very important for us to know. We also know the fact that the presidency has said that it's going to become an annual event, and we welcome that. But for us, Chairperson, for it to only cover one province, for me, I think we should be looking into also having regional-based dialogues, but also, if we can, try and reach more provinces. I don't know how that is possible, but Chairperson, I think they need to look into it. but also the outcomes of the IYDS summit is quite important because we're not only ticking the boxes in terms of convening of the summit, but what is important, Chairperson, is that we're able to establish what then becomes the outcomes of these summits. I would like to then move to Program 1 under administration, and I wish to address the issue or the reported fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which was noted by the Audit and Risk Committee, which was incurred by the NYDA amounting to 93,000, where it was noted that a supplier failed to deliver goods paid for by the NYDA on behalf of 2 grant beneficiaries. Now, my question there will be two-pronged, Chairperson. One was that at what stage of the procurement process did the NYDA identify that the goods paid were not actually delivered? Because these are some of the loopholes, Chairperson, that we need to focus on and see that we are not losing money or funds of the NYDA, of which it takes time to recoup these funds. So at what stage of this process did the NYDA actually pick up that the goods were not delivered? The second question, Chairperson, is that in an instance where the supplier does not deliver the goods to the grant beneficiaries, like in this case, you are having 2 grant beneficiaries whose goods were not delivered. In the case where the supplier then, because for me, it's a process to recoup those funds, what then happens, because you have a grant beneficiary or grant beneficiaries which have been granted a grant or equipment where a supplier has to go and purchase, what happens in that case where funds are not recouped from the supplier? Do those individual young people who have received grants have to wait where this process is exhausted and funds are not recuperated? I just need to know, Chairperson, what is the process and what happens to those young people who have been granted AMA grants? It also, Chairperson,
if they can say, Honorable Masigo, if they can say that young person must wait until they recoup that money, that will be unfair to that young person. It will
yes,
be.
Chair, yeah. That's what I want to know exactly, Chairperson. Uguti, mina as ufigile, I've been granted, I've received a grant, but there's a supplier who is appointed to go and purchase equipment for me. That supplier does not deliver. What then happens? While in the process of recouping those funds from that supplier, do I sit and wait for that period where you find that in other instances, that money will never be recouped, or maybe it will take some time, maybe 3 years to even get that money from that supplier? What then happens to the beneficiaries? The next question, Chair, will be around the loans which have been written off. We do note that it has been stated that loans were written off once the following once a criteria or a certain criteria has been met, where the loan holders have no recoverable assets. We note that, and it happens, Chairperson. But of interest really is that during the financial year which has been reported, what is the total amount of loans which have been written off? It's quite interesting, Chairperson, to know that, and in comparison to the previous year, how are we faring as the National Youth Development Agency? In terms of the human resources, we must comment that the vacancy rate has moved from 2 digits to 1 digit, which for us it's quite commendable, because really we are advocating for the filling of vacancies and the employment, especially of young people who are qualified and are waiting for jobs at home. But what is important, Chairperson, for us to establish is what is the current status at present within the NYDA, because the 9.5 which was reported is a 9.5 for the reporting period of 2022 to 2023. Currently, we are at 2023-2024 financial year. How are we currently standing? Are we still at that or below the 9.5, or has the vacancy rate risen? I'm covered by in terms of human resource by the question by Honorable Masondo around the employment of persons with disabilities. We know that the NYDA has reported to us before on their programs as well as employment of persons with disabilities, but for this reporting period, Chairperson, we have not received an indication of how many persons with disabilities are currently employed by the NYDA. I think it's important for us to get that. The last set of questions, Chairperson, is around Program 2. On the issue of the youth-owned enterprises, I think we must get, even if it's not today, but at a later stage, the breakdown on the grants which have been given. It would be interesting to get the gender in terms of sex, the province, and how many persons of disability have been granted these or have been supported through youth-owned enterprises. The second to last question is around the issue of the sanitary dignity program. I think it's something, Chairperson, that if we have achieved as this portfolio committee, we would have said that we've done well by the end of the term of office. We, Chairperson, a Deputy Chairperson, as well as CEO, we are continuously, I think now we're even beginning to sound like broken records, where we are saying that the value chain in totality of the sanitary dignity program must benefit the users, which are our women and our young women, women in general and young women in particular. They are the ones that on a monthly basis, they go on their periods. They are the ones that have to go and buy these sanitary towels. If there is a program that government is sponsoring these free sanitary towels, then women must benefit, young women in particular must benefit. But now we need the National Youth Development Agency to come on board in terms of giving support for young women to be able to become producers and even selling sanitary towels. Now, the question, Chairperson, that I have is, has there been any form of non-financial support, business support or interventions for beneficiaries in the department's sanitary dignity program, and how many young people have been assisted through these non-financial business development interventions? The last question is, and it has been covered, Chairperson, in terms of the homeless young people. And I think it's something that we seldom ever speak about. And it's important, Chairperson, that we need to refocus as we endeavor to clear and clean our streets and also make our cities safer cities. We need to begin by ridding our streets of homeless. And the majority of the people who are living and working on the streets are young people. Is there any form of program that the National Youth Development Agency is conceptualizing within the metros and also our smaller cities to address the issue of homeless young people? Because we do know that most of them are involved in drugs, and they are really, Chairperson, engaging in a number of social ills, but the basis of which are young people who have run away from home and are already now using substances. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and we must once again congratulate the National Youth Development Agency on attaining their clean audit. We encourage that they continue, they must not tire. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Mamseti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Deputy Minister and the department and the members of the committee in large. Chairperson, mine is very, very simple. NYDA speaks and promote themselves as they doing well. But if I can ask, why there is a high rate or a high number of young people who are not employed, instead of decreasing of the number, the rate of the youth unemployment to the young people is rising day by day. What is their role? I mean, their role can do to ensure that these numbers are going down instead of going up. NYDA also only look at the townships the most of time, and the rural areas are not really recognized. And this ended up to those young people doing the wrong things like eat drugs because of the poverty. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mamsonti. Honorable Shongo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members and the NYDA and the department or the Deputy Minister and Minister on the platform. Chair, I think honorable members have covered me a bit, and I doubt if I have any questions, but would commend the NYDA for the work they are doing. We are seeing the work, like I always say, that it might not have reached every corner of the country yet, and we would encourage them to stretch their arms a bit, but the work is there, Chair. Also, Chair, probably, like I said, I don't have questions as much, but suggestions. In the programs that the Chair and the Deputy Chair aligned, which are very detailed, which are very good programs, I would want to suggest or ask the NYDA Chair if they've considered collaborating or partnering with the mining sector and the forestry sector. I think, Chair, those are also key sectors that would assist in job creation, especially in remote provinces or rural provinces. Also, Chair, I might have missed it in the presentation, the programs or activities of other board members apart from those of the chairperson and the deputy chairperson. And then I think this was covered. Lastly, Chair, it's the majority of the youth in the streets. One thing we all know is that Abahlanyi, they're not mad people, they're normal people. So I think they're in the streets because of poverty and other related issues. So I'd want to know the plan of NYDA regarding these young people in the streets. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Piri.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings once again. Chair, let me start by, it was going to be good, a very good session, Chair, if you did not cancel the physical meeting. Actually, we're supposed to give a round of applause to the executive.
Can still do it.
The executive deputy chair and the chair. Maybe I might have missed maybe I might have missed it from previous meetings, but to this one, I see them leading from the front, not leading from behind under the umbrella of the CEO. I thought I must just make it up. Chair, how? Ukulisile, Chairperson. These two young women, today are they led where they were supposed to have done.
Yes.
Yes. Why it was supposed to be a physical one. I'm ululating. Actually, even questions are not coming. But Chair, we need to applaud and acknowledge on a serious note.
Yes.
I'm very impressed. It's not business as usual. But Chair, even how they outlined the programs in their 2 offices. I'm happy. I was a bit tempted to listen when the chair, in most of her remarks, she says, we attended, we participated. But later on, you could hear it's not about them participating, but they initiate. They've got programs. Unfortunately, they don't reach each and everyone in the corners of the country. But Chenna, let me say today, I'm very happy. Actually, I'm so disappointed, Chairperson. You're going to incur the cost of them flying in without your physical meeting. Who are supposed to have them and have a cake? So, I'm happy with what the CEO has presented in terms, in particular, with the municipality. Yes, I don't know, how do we call it? Port St. John's. That municipality, you need economic activities. That municipality does not have hope to young people. But I'm pleased to hear that they are partnering. They are also going to assist young people in that corner. And we are saying it must cut across all other provinces, each and every municipality. The partnership that they talk about, it must not end at the metros as much as they did with Port St. John's. It must go to even smaller municipality across, as Honorable Chair has just saluted. One, Chair, when you talk about forestry, in Mpumalanga, I thought Chair, when she was speaking, she'll elaborate further. You have SAFCOL, where you have a young person has partnered or is working with SAFCOL, taking the timber and make pallets. Each and every wholesaler uses pallets. And I think even NYDA was supposed to talk about that young man who's even creating jobs for other young people across around Mpumalanga, but you might find they are not aware of. That's why we're saying let them partner with each and every stakeholder, each and every entity in the country, because you have SAFCOL in Limpopo, in particular in Hachivasa, in Toyando. We are not seeing young people participating in that forestry activity. And a good story can be taken, a good story can, you know, they can copy from what that young man is doing in SAFCOL in Mpumalanga. I want you to take note, members on the platform, in particular the board members, and do it all across where it's supposed to, where you have your planting of forestry, because it creates a lot of job. Two, Chair, when you spoke about your cannabis, we also spoke about the soya planting in terms of your agriculture. And I thought they're going to talk about it, because when we raised that, now in feeding scheme, most of the schools, they one of their requirement, it's the suppliers must bring soya beans. And those soya beans, when you do your own research, they are only planted in China and somewhere else. And when we even engaged with them in our last engagement, they said, in terms of the environment, the soil, you can plant those soya beans. And how far? How are they assisting? Have they forgotten, or we just spoke about it? They're concentrating on their new programs, as we're saying they're good, but we are saying as they venture and be talking about other avenues or opportunities for young people, they must also encourage. Chair, I'm like yourself, I'm a bit jealous. When we raise the fact that they must partner with constituencies or PCOs, we thought they're going to start with us, but they are raising members of parliament, not us. Chair, when they do their programs, they must also consider us in our constituencies. They must also initiate programs, because we've got constituencies as well, and mostly in our constituencies are deep rural. But that one is on a lighter note, but they are doing a good work. It's just that I'm a bit jealous. Nami ngiyayifuna program. Karabo, ke kopa program. Ayanda, ke kopa program in my PCO. That is coming from you. That is initiated by you. And so that we can touch Kutamasintumure area under your leadership. Chair, you know, they've in their report, they have a good story to tell, in particular with KZN, where they're saying KZN managed to employ a large number of young people. And what's stopping them to share with other provinces? What's stopping them to go and start the engagement, the same reception that they got from KZN, and do it in other provinces so that it can cut across the country? Because those are good initiatives, and it must show you are working. And I believe, and I really agree when they say, even the presidency says in one of their programs, it must be an annual thing. Nami, I'm saying it must be an everyday thing when they present to us and show us. They were demonstrating a level of their work, and it was good. So, Chair, lastly, they have a bill, but they never said anything that will need us to fast track or that hinders their bill to come on board and we start working with them. They've never said anything that will, shows that they are excited about this bill. They want this bill to kick in. What if we drag our leg? We have other bills beside themselves. We have the gender-based violence bill that we are running with it. You could see the department is the one that is pushing, but they never said anything, starting from the CEO and the 2 board members. They're not talking about this bill. Are you not excited about the bill? Do you want it? Actually, who's pushing you? That you don't even feel it. So I'm really a bit disappointed on that fact. But Chair, all in all, I'm happy and I'm saying, hi, congratulations, near leader, young women. Leader now. Chair, you have raised 2 young women. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Piri. Their success is our success. In fact, we are grateful that the project of Port St. John's, they have taken it serious by partnering with the mayor. They have listened to what we presented in the portfolio committee, but also I'm agreeing with all of you, honorable members, with regards to other things that you have raised, which I never commented on. But I think before Honorable Sheriff, I want to also encourage NYDA to participate actively in voter registration. You know, there's online registration, and some young people don't even know how to do it. I'm told that when when they do it and that map pop out, then young people and older people, they become confused. So I think your participation in voter education will be very much important, especially for young people, teaching them why is it important for them to go register so that they can put their X next year on the national elections. Because when you go to other countries, in fact, when people go to vote, they take their whole families. But it's only here in South Africa where the mentality of our people, they don't take serious the issue of voting, especially with us as the native people. But with other nationality, they do take it serious. So I think I wanted to raise this before I forget. Over to you, Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by also saying well done to the NYDA for reaching all their targets, as well as getting an unqualified audit. Unfortunately, we're so used to entities or government departments not meeting this requirement, so we must give praise where it is due. Chairperson, I'm not going to take long. The first one is I just want to know how does the NYDA make use of consultants? If they do, how many and how much of the budget goes towards consultants? My second question or more comment is around the Mandela Fellowship, the Nelson Mandela Fellowship. I wanted to ask, is this in collaboration with the Mandela Washington Fellowship? Is it in collaboration with YALI? And is it only a South African fellowship, or will it be extended to the SADC region or the whole of Africa? Just some information around that and the how people get selected. I think it's a good idea. I think we have a shortage of fellowship programs that are really good within South Africa. A lot of us usually do fellowships from across Africa. That's usually sponsored by, other countries, and so it would be really good to have a strong and well known and good course that comes out of the fellowship that actually gives people an opportunity to improve and better their lives. Chairperson, and then I wanted to speak about the financial management. It's reported that 71% is where it's at, and why is it only at 71, and how will the NYDA look at improving that? My question around the sanitary dignity plan was already asked. And then, Chair, my last point is that it's great that the NYDA is going into constituencies, but I would really like, and the NYDA did say they were going to reach out to me to come to Soweto and possibly parts of Eldorado Park and Innerdale in Johannesburg to come and not only give information to young people, but to assist them on what the way forward and the processes of the NYDA is. So please keep to your promises and reach out to me. I am waiting for you to come back. Chair, lastly, it's incredible that the NYDA does incredible things, but nothing stopping you from inviting the portfolio committee so that we can see for ourselves exactly what you're doing, especially when you're dealing with issues around dialogues on GBVF, LGBT community. There are many members within this portfolio committee that drive these issues and have a wealth of knowledge and experience, especially on government's response, that can not only assist you, but indeed will be an asset to the NYDA if you use the expertise that already is within the portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif. Honorable Boni. Honorable Opperman, may you please lower your hand? Unless it's a new hand.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to yourself and the DM, honorable members on the platform and the team from NYDA. Chairperson, let me take this opportunity also to join the members, honorable members, in appreciating and welcoming the reports as presented to us today. One also notes, Chairperson, that through all the reports and the good report or clean audit that they received, unqualified reports that they have been receiving throughout the years, it is also true that they were able to stabilize their internal controls, which one finds that it's very important and played a major role in making sure that they achieve the results that they have today. I join Honorable Piri when she says this team really deserves a round of applause. Yeah.
Wow.
Thanks, Chair. And then also, Chairperson, I also note and agree with the members in the writing off of all the loans provided to young people out there as a startup capital. I think I will not go in detail on that one because it goes a long way also. I think those who were struggling or having challenges will be appreciating this coming back and reducing their load of the financial challenges, adding to their financial challenges that they might experience from time to time. Chairperson, under Program 1, Administration, Human Resource, I've got only one question that will, looking into the report of NYDA, talking about the expired contract of CWP. It's 159 CWP expired contracts. I just want to check, is there chances or what is the employability of them after these contracts have expired? If NYDA can assist in this regard, in telling us what is the employability of those CWP contracts or persons who were working under these contracts. Under Program 2, Chairperson, placing of young people in jobs, I think I heard Honorable Masiko spoke to this one, but I also feel that this is one achievement that will really go a long way and will serve as a legacy for the current team of NYDA. Some of the things we might take for granted, but they mean a lot to those who are benefiting and who find themselves having jobs through these programs or processes of NYDA. And this also is highly, I think, one appreciates and noted with a happy heart that somewhere in South Africa, young people are being placed in jobs after undergoing processes or programs of NYDA. It's not just empty promises, but we'll want to add to say that let them also encourage other provinces to do more, and make sure that they do also end up placing young people into jobs, but also sustainable jobs, Chairperson. Under Program 2, Chair, the Solomon Mahlangu Scholarship Fund. One knows the report and the efforts that the NYDA is making in this regard, but also maybe to request or ask for a breakdown, even if they can send it later after the meeting, through our admin support or secretary of the committee, just a breakdown for us as a committee to know and have an idea who are the people who benefited, not the names, but in terms of male, female, whether graduate, post or undergraduate, those who benefited from the school, so that we have the figures and understanding that there is equity and a lot of work is being done, because if we don't see the stats, we just report and we're not having an idea who actually are benefiting, including young people, those people with disabilities in that breakdown. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bondi. CEO, before I forget, I think it will be important that you highlight the progress that you have made as NYDA in relation to youth unemployment. Just give percentages of young people who benefited in your job creation projects, whether be it permanent or part-time. But at least, because I heard Mam Sonti raise that question, so it's important that you highlight. Maybe she didn't hear you, but maybe you can repeat again how far, whether there's progress, because so that there's a correct perspective that as much as we have high rate of youth unemployment, but a certain percentage has been achieved so far. Yeah, Honorable Mamhlengwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet you, DM and the department. One would welcome the presentation And this is a wonderful presentation, and it is very interesting, informative. Yes. And it puts us as a women up front where their presentation of the women there come up with a very interesting programs. I just applaud that. Having said that, I have only two minor questions. One, how did the NYDA budget cuts affect the youth, more especially disability one, who need assistance now and then? They even in need because of one of them, they are homeless. How many youth that are in need of bursaries that have been assisted? Thank you.
Ma, if you can repeat your last the first questions, the question with regards to what you raised.
How did the NYDA budget cut affect the youth, especially disability one, who need assistance now and then? They even don't have homes, they are homeless. And the other one, how many youth that are in need of bursaries that have been assistance by NYDA? Thank you.
Honorable Oberman, your hand is up. Oberman. Honorable Sheriff.
Yes, Chair.
I don't know. Oberman's hand is up, so I don't know whether it's a legacy hand or what.
It must be a legacy hand unless she indicates otherwise.
Is she no longer in the meeting?
She is, Chair. I think maybe she's having network. Let me just send her a WhatsApp message, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. Maybe let me allow NYDA to respond, starting with the chair. And I think we'll also want to hear honorable other board members. I see Pillay is here, Avela is here, and who else?
Okay, I'm here.
Alexander. Yeah, okay. Over to you.
Thank you very much.
Who's Ayanda? Is from NYDA.
Yes, Chair, it's the head of risk management.
Oh, okay. All right, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and to the honorable members for the questions, the constructive criticism, as well as commending some of the work that we've done thus far. Honorable members, I will perhaps through you, Chairperson, just invite our board members maybe to respond to some of the overarching questions or comments before we request management to respond to the more technical comments.
Yes, Ayanda, you don't show how at least the portfolio committee members are positive from 7 and Wednesday. When we answer by the way.
No, Chairperson, we're delighted. In fact, we are excited. We've got a WhatsApp group here and we are just commenting on
just how, how much, these comments mean to us as the board. So please don't take my tone in any other way. We are quite excited, and we thank the honorable members for recognizing the work that we do.
Okay.
Yes, as Chairperson. So through you, Chairperson, can we then allow the board members just to maybe respond to the overarching comments, and then we'll hand over then to management to respond to the more technical questions. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the board members can, through you, Chairperson, maybe we can start with Alex and then work our way down. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, can I speak?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And just to say, I think it's the first time I'm speaking today, so just to extend a greeting to everyone present. Is always so exciting to be here. Just to echo the sentiments earlier that we've both also very disappointed it couldn't be in person in Parliament. It's really exciting to kind of see everyone again in person. And these sessions are always more exciting when we're sitting together in the same room and feeling that energy and connection of being together and reflecting on what the last year has meant to us, and our final year term.
Yeah, we'll invite you next week when you are dealing with your bill. We're expecting you to be in Parliament so that you can listen to those who will be presenting verbally.
Excellent. We look forward to that. That'll be brilliant. Thank you so much, Chair. From my side, I've got nothing really to add. I feel like our report did cover all the essentials, over and above the big flagship projects that were mentioned in the reports by our Chair, Deputy Chair. We've got a lot of smaller projects that are running that I think personally are very exciting. Kind of always being on the ground, always supporting young people, always visiting our beneficiaries. And for me, that's what's always come down to, our beneficiaries. I think one of the most profound moments of my board experience so far has been when we had our Youth Month celebrations. And the one night we had a dinner for some of our trailblazers. It was a small gathering. It's only a handful of us, about 12 or so. But these trailblazers, they shared their stories about just what the NYDA has meant to them. And I think, in working in governance, it's this constant attack from South Africa, or from people saying, you're not doing enough, your work's not good enough, try harder, this problem, that problem. And they're kind of beating down the agency. But then you listen to stories of beneficiaries, you listen to stories of trailblazers, you listen to stories of young people whose lives have been changed forever because of the NYDA. And then the lives they've then gone on to change, because of the work we've done for them. And it was one of those nights where the tears were just flowing from everyone, hearing about people who've overcome the most insane odds, who've gone on to make this country proud in the work they've been doing. It's absolutely extraordinary. So, there's just so much that we haven't spoken about in our report, because we obviously want to talk about the big numbers, the big impact. And we also say, there's millions of people we need to work with. And it's important to get those big numbers. But from my side, I think what's really the heart of this work for me comes down to the individuals. They spoke of those beneficiary stories, and it's 4 names out of millions, but it's that we remember it's human beings that we're helping, for one person, and what this means to their life and their families and their friends and their community, and what it means to South Africa, when it comes to these trailblazers, their stories, their opportunities. I really like to ground myself back in that work, and this role that we've been given, this responsibility that we've been given. And every day I'm grateful for this role being given. I remember from the first interview we had in Parliament and how how nerve-wracking it was, to where we are now, almost 2 years into our role. I think it's something every day. I think we all feel the responsibility and the duty and the gratitude to do something amazing with this role. And we really are so grateful. Our WhatsApp group is a buzz. We're so grateful for the feedback, but also not going to get complacent, not going to get lazy. It's 30 years of democracy next year. It's really important. It's our last year of term. It's really something extraordinary. And even taking these budget cuts into account, and even taking, the situations and the struggles we're facing, I think we're more committed than ever to do an amazing job, and just to show the committee that you guys made the right decisions by appointing us to this board. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Next person, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can we request Ms. Pearl Pillay?
Thanks, Asanda. Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity again to present before you. We're also sad that we couldn't be there in person. We were looking forward to a nice getaway break in Cape Town. But hey, it wasn't, we were excited. I already had my swimming costume packed and, you know, it just didn't pan out. So for the next one, and we've already been promised cake, so we know for the next one, it's cake and swimming costumes on the portfolio committee. I'll just touch on, I think, I'm just going to touch on three quick things. Firstly, I think thanks to the portfolio committee for your support for our amendment bill. We'll definitely participate in the process as much as we can. It is really important, I think, for sustainability and impact at the NYDA for our bill to go through. And so your support is really appreciated. I'm going to touch on the questions that the Honorable Sharif asked. The one was on collaboration, I think, with the portfolio committee in the work that we do. And I think that on our side is something that we've been really cognizant of, but maybe not as strong in implementing. I know we always kind of sit at events sometimes and we're like, oh, you know, the portfolio committee should have been at this one. So I think for us going forward, it'd be important to maybe reach out to each committee member individually and find out what are your specific areas of interest as well as your constituency areas, so that we can, number one, make sure that we also cover the areas that you represent, but also involve you in events and programs that directly speak to the issues that you work specifically on. So we'll definitely reach out to you with that. And then the question about the Mandela Fellowship, it is not linked to YALI or any of its related programs. The fellowship is born out of the Mandela Youth Dialogue that we hosted earlier this year, which was a request from the president that we convene young people from around the continent to talk about ethical leadership and Pan-Africanism. And we thought that it would not make sense for us to commit so much money to hosting a dialogue that then doesn't produce anything outside of those conversations. And so we came up with the idea of a fellowship because we thought the dialogue can be a good springboard to create a fellowship that can be used for skill sharing, for experience building, and capacity building throughout the continent. And so it's not limited to just South African young people. It will be extended to people throughout the continent in the same way that the dialogue brought in people from around the continent. So that's me. I think I will leave other questions to the rest of the team. Thanks so much again. The mood of this meeting was really positive, and I think going into the final year of our term, it's really positive to know that we've got the support of the portfolio committee and can engage on the work that we do. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Pel Pillay. Next person, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to invite Tulisa and thereafter Avela, and then we'll end off with the Deputy Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon to the colleagues at the NYDA, members of the Portfolio Committee, and everyone else, the Deputy Minister. Let me just say, all protocol observed. And I think it would be wrong of me not to recognize the mood of the meeting. The mood of the meeting is that of a positive note, and of course, more than giving us good feedback to us, the positive feedback is also fuel that fires us moving forward. We appreciate quite a lot, and we will endeavor to do more than we have done, although there are some constraints, but we will endeavor to do more. The standard can only get better. It will not be lowered than this. And obviously, the next year being our last year of term, it's important for us to go out with a bang, especially those of us who are seniors in the board. It's important for us to be able to lead by example. Badala manje sihlala kudala sikhona sekufanele sidedele abanye manje kudala sikhona. So I think for me, Chair, the overarching comments that I wish to make are in the following. I think honourable members, as we all study the census results that were published around the improvement that we've seen in the 10-year under review in terms of particularly areas that affect young people. The number of people with post-matric qualification has improved, and that's a big marker in the development of a society, that levels of literacy are going up broadly within the cohort of young people, because when young people are skilled better, they are then in a position to accept or make use of available opportunities better. And they are even in a space where they can even make opportunities of their own. And I think one honorable member does ask how the budget cuts have affected young people, particularly those living with disability. I think the question is a broad one, in the sense that because the budget cuts were significant, it was not possible for us not to have them cut across all our spheres of young people.
Recording stopped.
In terms of all the young people, including those that are living with disabilities, it's not possible for them not to be affected. So they are definitely impacted. But we do hope that as we listen, or as we await the 1st of November, we will hear in terms of the midterm budget speech from the Honorable Minister of Finance. We will hear some form of improvements insofar as future years is concerned. And I think my last comment, Chair, I wish to make is around a point raised by the Deputy Chair when she speaks about the importance of making sure that young people are included even in international trade fora. Honorable members will know that we recently undertook a
Recording in
working
progress.
visit to Singapore at the invitation of the High Commissioner there, where South Africa and Singapore are celebrating 30 years of diplomatic relations between the two countries. And what was of importance is that how we structured that visit, we took young people in trade in a number of sectors to expose them to how the economy of Singapore works, and expose them at a bilateral level with their counterparts. And we also got an opportunity, our delegation, ably led by the Deputy Chair, met with our counterparts in Singapore. And I think it was important, not just for exchanging ideas, but also developing and unlocking new markets for these young people, whether they are in agriculture, in agro-processing, whether they are in jewelry making, in the manufacturing. There's a young man who's in the chemical sector, skincare, beauty, manufacturing, and things like that. They got an opportunity, and the young people who were in fashion, who got an opportunity to go to one of the global online stores, one of the biggest global online stores, Shein. They went to their headquarters, and they got to see firsthand the global operation, because the opportunities that are presented to South African young people with the coming into effect of the Africa Free Trade Agreement are such that when you look at the market now as an entrepreneur living in South Africa, you must not just look at the local market, you must look to extend your product within the African market, and to the large extent with the expansion of BRICS, having new members as of the 1st of January next year, those markets as well are going to be open for South Africa's businesses to trade. So it was quite important for us to expose these young people to the global logistics aspect of how a company like Shein would work, and for them to take note and be able to establish. And if those that are in the design were able to get notes, and some of their products will be now showcased as one of the product ranges for a global market. So I think it was very important for us to have undertaken this visit. But what is important beyond now is that whenever there are such visits, there's a trade mission, the African government is going to whatever country, it's important for young people, young entrepreneurs to be part of those in order for them to be able to be exposed and for young people to occupy these corridors of influence, be it in fashion, in agriculture, and even in manufacturing. So it's quite important for us to be able to do that. And my very last words, Chair, that thank you very much for having us, even though it was virtual. I had prepared myself a suit, a brand new suit I thought I was going to wear, but I'm going to next time, Chair, I will come in a brand new suit. Thank you.
Oh, shame, Askis. Next week will be with us. Okay, the next person.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Avela.
Sambam, loge in, wahamba, wenze ezinye izinto. Nambona ukuthi ayekho emithini loge in, usenza impahla.
Umhlobo wami ukhona kodwa.
Akekho Baba uNdlela, akekho.
Apologies, Chairperson. I think we request management.
Akekho, logo in wahamba. Thina sibona nje i-gadget yakhe on. Angithi no Honorable Sheriff sithe a-check-e i-colleague yakhe. Nani kucheckani umuntu wenu. Olandelayo, Chairperson, Avela sifuna ukukhulumile la meeting.
Yes, Chair. Apologies for that. The secretary, company secretariat, to reach out to him. But I think in the interest of time, can we allow the deputy chair to have a bite, and then hopefully Avela would have logged in by then. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the honorable members. I think let me start by welcoming the positive remarks. I think I want to echo the sentiments of the board members that, of course, it has been a long time coming and would have been having teething problems. But I think through your guidance, honorable members were able to build a solid and working formula that keeps all of us on our toes. And I think the positive feedback just says to us that we're definitely on the right track. And we just need to ensure that we do more and become more inclusive in the work that we do. But we really do appreciate the positive feedback, and we are genuinely humbled by the feedback. I'm just going to respond, Chair, on a couple of areas that the honorable members would have raised. There was the question from Honorable Masondo on the time management of the board members. Chair, and I think this is something that you would have reflected on. The challenge that we have is with how the NYDA as a board is structured. So you only have 2 executive members who get an immediate salary from the NYDA and therefore are expected to be in the office 9 to 5 on a daily basis. With the non-executive board members, they are all employed in different institutions. Others are in the public sector, as others are in the private sector. What that does is that it creates a challenge because we're not able to have a similar expectation that we have from them that you would have from the executives. And we just want to beseech you, Chair, and of course, honorable members, just to understand the predicament that we face, that it is not a doing of the non-executive board members, but rather that the way the board is designed is that it gives room for them to be able to find jobs elsewhere. And it's not that they do not prioritize the NYDA. It's just that we just need to understand that, unlike myself and the executive chairperson, their role and responsibility on a daily basis, sometimes it's outside of the NYDA. But we can confirm, Chair, that there has not been a day when board members were required to fulfill their responsibilities that they did not fulfill their responsibilities. You would have taken note that even in the report that was submitted by the company secretary, that there are set aside activities that are designed specifically for non-executive board members so that it does align with the daily jobs that they do have. Perhaps the discussion that might take place when the review is undertaken next week is, rather than how do you ensure that there is a balance, what we don't want to do is perhaps risk losing out on talent because they are employed in other sectors of the economy, but rather find a mechanism that still enables them to have a day-to-day job, but of course have some room to do structured work within the NYDA that does not necessarily affect their salaries. And it's also, I suppose, chairs, because when you are non-executive, you don't receive a salary. So you're only paid as per appearance to meetings of the NYDA, and those do not sit quite a lot. So you might find that in a month you only sit once, and we would not want to create a platform where we say non-executive board members should only rely on a stipend in certain cases that comes from the NYDA. So I think on my side was really just to beseech the honorable members just to understand that sometimes the predicament that non-executive board members find themselves in is not necessarily by intention, but rather how the board in itself has been.
Karabo. Iyeke lento leyo.
Yes, Chair.
Ngoba yabona, we are becoming defensive, and once you start to be defensive, siyoxabana kakhulu.
I apologize, Chair.
I-advert ye-NYDA wonke umuntu uclear ukuthi thini, and ukuthi bayasebenza, bayenzani labantu babuziwe during ama-interviews. And we want people to prioritize NYDA. Tina, I said, as honorable members, maybe next week when we are dealing with your bill, we need to come up with something as an addresser that challenge, that problem. It's either city mabe full-time, or it's either city osebenza emangangeni. Sizobona next week. So ungalingi ukuyiqala lempi le ngoba angeke uyikhona. Uyabona uchitha isikhathi esiningi kanjani ukhuluma ngalento leyo, ukhulumela ama-colleagues wakho. So xabana kakhulu, awuye kwenye into uyiyeke le.
Yes, Chair, I do apologize for that. I did not mean to defend my colleagues. The plans for the new financial year, Chair, we would have been extensively focusing on trade as the NYDA. And I think one of the areas that was reflected on was with the program that we had that was spoken to by Mr. Tulisandlela. Chair, we did note that there is an area that we perhaps need to bear more focus on, and that is around the homelessness of young people. And I think we can commit, Chair, that in our next report, what we will do is to find creative ways to ensure that this matter is resolved, rather in terms of how we design the programs that we have in the NYDA, so that it can be able to speak to the question of homelessness and see which other institutions we can be able to collaborate with to respond to the question that was raised around the work that we're doing around homelessness. There was also a question, Chair, around the employability of young people and the mitigation strategies that we have to put in place, especially because there is a high escalating unemployment rate amongst young people. I think the management can be able to reflect on some of the work that has been done throughout that type of work, Chair. I think I just want to comment, Chair, that, and I think perhaps the CFO or CO will speak on the question of the loan write-off in terms of the figures, but I just want to give a high-level overview that the loan write-off was not necessarily at a time when this particular board started. It was during the inception of the NYDA, at the time when the NYDA was offering loans to young people.
Yeah.
And throughout the years, you then found that young people could not be able to pay back some of those loans. So the NYDA board then decided that they need to be able to go on a process to evaluate whether the loans, in terms of being recouped, is it something that can be done within the limited financial constraints it is that we have. But the report that we did get back was that it actually costs far higher for us to be able to go after young people to say they must be able to pay back the loans. And within the framework that we have, we can be able to see how we then convert the loans into grants. So the loan write-off was more of this particular board saying, let's rather convert those, but also speaking to the socio-economic conditions of young people, that we might want to be considerate, that you don't want a young person who's now blacklisted by the NYDA because they could not be able to pay back the loan. So perhaps put a mechanism in place that can be able to ensure that that loan is then converted, and hence the write-off that we did see. Chair, we can confirm that we are intensely engaged in terms of voter education work. The board did sit yesterday to consider a plan that we're going to be undertaking in collaboration with the IEC and other critical stakeholders around civic education that has to do with voter work, so that we're able to ensure that more young people do participate in the general elections that are going to be coming up next year. So that work will be reported in this particular financial year. But also lastly, Chair, just to say that we have taken note that there is a market in terms of soya beans, and perhaps we then need to formulate a program that can get young people intensely involved in that particular sector, so that we can be able to report on the progress that we would have made. Thank you very much, Chair. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, DM, and Dr. Penis. I have received a message, a complaint from persons living with a deaf disability. They are saying there is no interpreter for them. So they are requesting that even yourselves as a department, when you invite them to the portfolio committee meeting, please make the portfolio committee aware that you have invited them, so that we can arrange as from Parliament that there's an interpreter for people living with a deaf as a disability. For now, I'm not sure how are we going to do it. but I think we can try our level best to have someone who will be doing, I'm sure, sign language, if I'm not mistaken, so that we accommodate everyone. Thank you very much. I think even our staff, Nelly, we must consider this as a genuine complaint. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The office has just alerted me that Avela is connecting. He got disconnected during the course of this meeting. However, he will be joining in the meeting. But I think, Chair, through you, in the interest of time, perhaps we can hand over to management to respond to the issues. And once Avela has joined in, I see he is joining now, Chairperson. Maybe we can give him a few moments then just to respond to some of the issues before we hand over to management. Thank you very much, Chair.
Avela,
good morning, good afternoon, Chair. How are you?
We are about to the next meeting.
No.
We are about to the next meeting.
I've been, the thing is that I've been in meetings the whole day.
In network, you should have reported in network keeping.
Yes. Angesidlale ngani mandaba ukuthi ingxaki zininzi. So I would have hoped that the meeting would end around 1 so that I attend to other matters that are of paramount importance as well. I've been in the meeting since 10. I think I only disconnected around 1:30 or 2 o'clock. My apologies for that. That is not intended.
Honorable Sheriff, Honorable Sheriff.
Chairperson, a couple of things. When board members speak about going to meetings of paramount importance, this is the meeting of paramount importance, is the committee meeting. And if you're going to leave an official meeting, you need to let us know that you are not going to be part of our meeting. It's about process. And Avela, the board member, must respect us enough to let us know if he is coming to our meeting, and if he doesn't consider this meeting of paramount importance, and then we have an issue, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheriff. Oh, Mamhlengwa.
No, Chairperson, I was just lowering my hand.
Oh, wasiphakamisa ma ngicela ukusehlisa.
Yebo, siyangihlupha.
Okay. Avela, you can continue.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My apologies to honorable members again. Like I was saying that my disconnection was not intended to undermine this meeting. Hence, I've been in the meeting since the start of the meeting until I disconnected. Chair, I think colleagues would have covered the number of issues that the board is busy dealing with. Of course, myself being a residing member of the board in the coastal area of the Eastern Cape, we do, of course, have engagement with young people in the province of the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. We have been crisscrossing that area to ensure that we improve the reach of the NYDA. We ensure that young people get to know what becomes the work of the NYDA. But typically, Chair, young people institution that must deliver to the NYDA. I think you need yourselves as parliamentarians to support it in its quest for increase in terms of funding, so that as in when we interact with young people, we ensure that we increase the support that we give to young people in agriculture, young people in construction. And so that's why I would also appeal, because I know the management have been busy with, to say that we need a fund increase in the NYDA. So I lobby you as parliamentarians to support that call, because the budget that we have really limit the work that we must do as the NYDA. Also, of course, the cost containment that have been published by our government are really also going to affect the work that the NYDA must do. So, Chair, I mean, like I've said, that the colleagues would have covered a number of issues. My plea was just that assist the NYDA to lobby for more funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sigmambi. But thanks for logging in. Avela, please take the work of NYDA serious. And I know that you've been doing some work. I've been following the work that you're doing, the NYDA. Due to time constraint, I will allow the CEO to respond to critical issues that that honorable members will want to hear in this meeting, because I also want to give Dr. Bernice an opportunity to say something, and the DM will be the last person to speak. Yeah, because at 3 o'clock I must rush to the airport. So I'm sure CEO and with your CFO, you are not going, other things you can respond in writing and send those response to the portfolio committee tomorrow. And then, because Friday we'll be adopting this report, so there won't be any other time. So you'll have to respond in writing so that we're done with your annual report. Over to you, CEO.
Thanks, Chair. Perhaps let the CFO go first quickly, and then I'll come straight after her. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, honorable members, for the questions posed. I will just go straight to some of the questions that were raised. The one that was raised by Honorable Sheriff around consultants. No, we did not make use of any consultants in the prior financial year, as we know that the use of consultants is not something that is recommended, and even in the new financial year, there is no use of consultants. In terms of the loans that was asked by Honorable Member Masiko, in terms of the actual numbers that were written off. So the total loans that were granted since 2014 amounted to 384 million. We were able to recover 60% of that amount, which was 230 million in the previous financial years. And as the DC alluded to say, when the new board came, then they reassessed, and then because we were unable to collect the remaining 40%, which is 153 million, that is when we converted that amount to be grants, and that is the amount that in total was written off. So the total written off amount, I repeat again, it's 153 million out of the 384 million. I think that is some of the things that I will hand back to CEO. Thank you, honorable members.
All right, thanks, CFO. And Chair, I'm just going to go quickly. So start with Honorable Masondo's question, and I think this was asked multiple times around beneficiaries of manufacture of sanitary towels. So just to explain the process that we go through, we of course assist young people, and in particular young women, with establishing enterprises that are involved in the manufacture of sanitary and dignity way. And what we then do is we support these young people in getting their products accredited by the South African Bureau of Standards. You can't make it to the shelves of the retailers, but you also can't, government won't procure from you unless you get that accreditation. So we enable them with financial and non-financial assistance in being able to get that support. Once they receive that, we then connect them with both government as well as private sector to enable them through the enterprise supplier development, through public procurement, to procure the goods and services that they need from these young people. So that's the process that we go through. And of course, you can visit some of these beneficiaries, but we can also give you their names and their contact details so that we deepen market access for them. Honorable Masondo asked an important question around what is the progress around achieving the medium-term strategic framework, right? And I think this context is important in the context of where we come 30 years into democracy. I think as Mr. Ndlela said, the census illustrates the fact that we have made progress as a country. We may have not made as much progress as we wanted to by now, but we have made progress. Today, young people are more educated than they were in 1994. More young people go to school, more of them complete school. More people have access to basic services. More people live in formal housing than they did. Yeah? So there is progress that is happening. The sixth administration has faced a number of challenges. Nobody anticipated the fact that we would have a global pandemic. Yeah? Nobody expected the energy crisis to deepen like it would. But with that being said, we are making immense progress. You know, as I said in my introductory remarks, where we are as a government, we're confident that load shedding will be something of the past come early next year. Yeah, our youth unemployment numbers are coming downwards and are moving in the right direction. Our educational outcomes continue to improve. So there is reason to be positive. Are we where we should be? No. As the National Planning Commission says, we are not on track to achieve the National Development Plan. But there is enough in the system to suggest that where we are making the right moves in the right direction. And it needs continued effort and collaboration to get to where we want to be. I think there's been a number of questions about the Mandela Dialogue, and I think members have responded. But maybe just the one thing to indicate is to say the Nelson Mandela Dialogue came from the president having a vision, particularly when the president visited West Africa last year, is to say the continent has everything that it needs to be able to succeed. The continent has natural beauty, it has mineral resources, it has a young and a diverse population. And yet the continent is not achieving its population as much as it should. Yeah? And one of the things the president said is that we as the NYDA should lead a process of developing young African leadership on the continent, yeah, because sometimes what it feels like the continent lacks is strong leadership, yeah? And intergenerational leadership is important, and I think part of that was how do we utilize South Africa's strengths, yeah, and I think one of our strengths has been higher education. Many people from across the continent want to come and study in South Africa. Yeah, we have some of the best higher education institutions in the world, and therefore we conceptualized the Mandela Dialogue not only as a dialogue, but also as a fellowship to enable young people with talent on the continent, for them to be developed and their skills enhanced so that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, those are the people leading the largest mining companies, leading in politics, leading in civil society across the continent. And then they would be trained and skilled in South Africa. In terms of Honorable Opperman's questions around youth unemployment, of course, we did mention in the presentation that unemployment has a gendered perspective associated with it. Young women bear the brunt of unemployment far more than men, right? But it's also true that in our interventions across the employment stimulus, across the youth employment intervention, that young women are the majority beneficiaries of those projects, right? 70% of those opportunities are being accessed by young women, yeah? And I think that speaks to the fact that this is the government that takes the gendered perspective of unemployment very seriously. Similarly, there are programs which are specifically being designed for unemployed graduates, recognizing the fact that it would be wrong to tell young people that they must go to school, acquire qualification, and then not have a place for them to go. Even the element of work experience, we are at an advanced stage with DPSA of removing work experience as an entry-level requirement for many entry-level jobs in the public service. And the private sector is also following on from that. Yeah. In terms of the KZN partnership, I think we recognize the fact that, you know, KZN did come on board in a big way. And one of the things we've said is, in the National Youth Service, we are announcing 20,000 opportunities for young people, right? If you spell that out, you'll find that there's almost 3,000 opportunities per province. So we've gone and written to each premier of each province and have said, come and match us, right? If we're doing 3,000 in your province, why can't you come and match us with another 2,000 and 3,000? So we take that program from being 20,000 young people to 40,000 young people. I'm sure Honorable Opperman will be happy to know that the Western Cape provincial government is already a co-funder for the National Youth Service Program. But our intention is to include it. And I mean, if one looks at the massive work that Premier Lesotho is doing with Nasi Sepani in Gauteng, that work can easily be replicated in all 9 provinces in the country. I think there's a question around from Honorable Opperman about searching for employment. And if we look at the main platform now for us engaging young people is sayouth.mobi. And we have 4.1 million active users on sayouth.mobi. And that tells you that young people are hungry for opportunities. If there's one thing that young people in this country are responsive to, it's opportunities to be able to better their lives. Yeah? It is a myth that young people don't want to work or they're entitled. They just want access to opportunities. And I think the search for work is ongoing. And more than anything, we're focused on breaking down the barriers that young people face in their search for work. I think what has come across strongly in this portfolio committee today is the issue of youth homelessness. And I think it's something that we'll take on board seriously and come back with a presentation to the portfolio committee in the next sitting. Honorable Masiko asks important question around, you know, the grant beneficiaries and the wasteful expenditure that went into that. You can't blame young people because the supply didn't deliver. And through our insurance policies, we are able to claim that money and ensure that young people don't bear the brunt of that issue. So those young people have been supported so that they don't benefit from the fact that there was no issue of a supply not delivering. On the vacancy rate, I'm also happy to say that the vacancy rate is now down to 2.5% in the organization. So I think probably that's one of the lowest rates in government. We can certainly provide the sectors and the breakdowns and the gender for both financial support and non-financial support that we provided through the financial year. I think I've responded to Honorable Sonti's question about unemployment, but it's to say, you know, I think we need to take a medium to long-term view. There is no silver bullet where we are. But if we keep doing the interventions that we have in place, if we fix both the macroeconomic factors and the microeconomic factors, we will start to see unemployment is simply an outcome of lack of economic growth, right? But even the most conservative economists believe that with the structural reforms that are being put in place in the South African economy, by 2025, 2026, we should start to see 4 to 5% growth a year. And that's going to enable us to solve that. But in the interim, there's a lot we can do for young people. We must keep the Teachers Assistance Program. We must keep the National Youth Service because that is helping to plug the deficit where there is unemployment in the country. I think, Honorable Perry, we certainly hear your question around public constituency officers. We will definitely come back with a program to support PCOs as well. Honorable Mhlongo raises an important issue of mining and forestry. In the mining sector, we are collaborating with Anglo-American on its Zimelele program. And I think we would be excited in our next sitting or even in an oversight visit to share the work that's being on entrepreneurship and skills development around that. Last week, we had a meeting with Glencore And they are also keen to support through the mining industry, youth development programs. Similarly, with forestry, the South African Forestry Company is a close working partner of the NYDA. And in Mpumalanga, we're working on projects to support young people's entry into the forestry industry. I also hear Honorable Sharif, I know we owe you a program in your constituency as well as an invitation to some of the programs that we are doing. To respond to Honorable Bonnie's questions around CWP, the 159 staff members, I think we're happy to say that when COCTA decided to take back the program, we were lucky in the way that they absorbed all of those people. So those people that were on contract with the NYDA have gone back into employment with COCTA. So they've not gone into unemployment. Similarly, Honorable Bonnie, we can certainly share in our next meeting and through a written response the impact of or the statistics around our project. Lastly, Honorable Hlengwa raises an important issue about budget cuts. The budget cuts did not impact us in 2022-23, but they do impact us this year. I mean, it is concerning. Of course, there are things you can cut, like you can cut travel and workshops and events and catering, but that alone won't enable you to recover the entirety of your budget cut. At some point, these do start to impact on your programs. I think luckily for now, our annual performance plan, will not be impacted by the budget cuts. We should be able to absorb it, albeit difficultly, but it should not impact on our intake, nor impact on our programs for young people with disabilities. But it shouldn't. That shouldn't indicate that cuts are a good thing, right? You can't have a government that is death by cuts every year. I mean, I was just reflecting the other day. If you look in the last 2 weeks, 9 soldiers have died in South Africa. I think that's unprecedented in our history. And I can tell you that that's a direct impact of austerity measures and cuts. So people are dying because of budget cuts. And we really need to collectively look at how better we can restructure the budget in South Africa so it's more enabling of the day-to-day challenges that we face. Similarly, lastly, to answer Honorable Hlengwa's questions, we can certainly give breakdowns of bursaries that we have supported, and also more collectively how government has enabled higher education through bursary level support. Thank you, Chair. Let me pause there and hand back to you and the DM and Dr. Benitez.
Thank you very much, CEO Dr. Benitez.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, deputy members, board members of the NYDA and the executive and all colleagues present. Let me start off by joining the portfolio in applauding the NYDA for the excellent performance. And, from the department side, what I can just say is that there is still scope for improvement because we've not attained 100%. So I hope that, we can still have an opportunity. The NYDA has still had an opportunity to improve, the performance. But we are really proud, of how the NYDA has actually done. And given the current environment, especially on the issue of budget cuts, as well as the complexities and the challenges that are facing young people, let me just emphasize that it will be critical that the NYDA continue to work very closely with other stakeholders in addressing the challenges that are facing young people. We are currently working with the NYDA in developing the 30-year review report for the youth chapter of the 30-year review. And we are still saying in the youth sector that even though we have, we can see that there are pockets of success, but then there is still more to be done, given the challenges which young people continue to experience. there are areas that we've not made, inroads in, such as the issue of mental health, which continue to affect our young people. The issue of creating awareness amongst young people on climate change and mitigation, as well as ensuring that they take advantage of collaborating with young people beyond the borders of South Africa. So those are some of the areas that we still need to scale up as the youth sector. And finally, let me also acknowledge the concern which has been raised by the Portfolio Committee regarding interpretation services. And I just want to say that as a department, we will endeavor to make sure that we have got interpretation services. And we hope that the Portfolio Committee will also do the same in return, so that we can actually lead by example as primary advocates for persons with disabilities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Penis. Over to you, DM. DM.
So it seems as though she's not been in the platform for some time.
Iphumile ngibona ngathi bayangena ngegadget kaZanele. Okay, Chairperson of the NYDA.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, as well as the honorable members. Chairperson, I would like to believe we have covered all the questions that were asked by the honorable members, as well as committing then to us to appraise the Portfolio Committee with any additional information that may be required to be collated on our side. So I think from our part, it would really be to extend our appreciation to the honorable members for a robust at times, but I think for this meeting, the purpose of this meeting, it was a productive meeting. And we welcome once again the positive feedbacks that we've received from the honorable members. And just to inform the members that we will continue with the last 13 months of our term to ensure that we really do justice, not just to the Portfolio Committee, but to young people at large, insofar as the mandate that has been entrusted upon us. And we'll continue working closely with yourselves and committing to actioning what we've committed to in this meeting. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair and CEO and your officials and all your board members that were present in today's meeting. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Dr. Penis, and the Deputy Minister in absentia, because she stayed in our meeting from morning until in the afternoon. And thank you, honorable members, for the robust engagements and for giving due where is necessary and where is needed, so that board members and officials of NYDA, they must not think that when we go to the Portfolio Committee, we are going to a guillotine, but they must know that we'll ask you uncomfortable questions and we will expect you to account, not because we want to spite you, but it's because we are expected by Parliament to do oversight thoroughly and scrutinize everything. Where there's a need for us to intervene, especially when coming to National Treasury. We'll do that. And see you next week. I think Kunelisa will give you the dates where we're going to be dealing with the bill, and you are also invited, board members of the NYDA and yourself, CEO, so that you hear what other people are saying, because for civil society organizations and young people and individuals, they are welcome to make their oral submissions. So, and those that submissions that are written, they are also welcome. And I'm sure our staff members will share with yourselves what did other people say in terms of the written submissions. But see you next week. Our apologies for disappointing you by cancelling our physical meeting. It's because we've been in physical meetings in Parliament, and there was an emergency that needed us to deal with. That's why we had to cancel the physical meeting. But I thought that you were informed on time that our meeting is no longer physical. It's going to be visual. So, but by next week, it's physical. But thank you very much for your cooperation and for the work well done. And hopefully, in the next term, you'll do the same, even if it's not us, who are members of this portfolio committee, it's other people. But I'm sure other members will still be part of this committee, and they will keep following things that we have discussed today. And yeah, you are doing very well. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think we have come to the end of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, Chair. Bye. Safe
Bye.
travels.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye-bye. Ano, tabi na yan. Yeah, the best move. Wala ka pa din, boy. Ulo rin yung gama, George. Yung ulo. Kumalulusit. Anong phone nila? Ano uya ko pa? Anong phone nila? Ganun ka, phone.